Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry found healing in little joys after the war? Harry x Luna. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. The silence after the storm. The Great Hall had never looked so alive. Thousands of candles hovered in midair, their flames casting a warm, golden glow over the enchanted ceiling, which reflected a sky of deep violet scattered with stars that seemed to pulse with joy. The house tables had been pushed aside to make room for dancing, and the stone floor, usually cold and imposing, seemed almost soft beneath the feet of the revelers, as if the castle itself had relaxed its ancient bones. McGonagall had conjured streams of silver and gold ribbons that wove through the air like contented serpents. The house elves had outdone themselves, platters of roasted meats, mountains of treacle tart, and goblets that refilled themselves with butterbeer or pumpkin juice had appeared at regular intervals. A band of enchanted instruments played somewhere near the staff table, producing a cheerful melody that made even the portraits in their frames tap their painted feet. And everywhere, there was laughter. Harry watched it all from a shadowed alcove near the entrance, his back pressed against cold stone. He could feel the chill seeping through his robes, but he didn't move. He couldn't. Ron was in the center of the dance floor, his ears as red as his hair as he attempted to guide Hermione through something that was not quite a waltz. She was laughing, actually laughing, her face flushed with happiness, as she stepped on his toes for the fourth time. George was nearby, his arm around Angelina, both of them swaying slowly, George's smile just slightly too bright, too determined, as if he could compensate for the empty space where Fred should have been. Neville had somehow convinced Hannah Abbott to dance with him, and he was doing surprisingly well, his usually awkward movements softened by the sheer joy radiating from his round face. Ginny was dancing with Dean, her red hair flying, her laugh carrying across the hall. Everyone was dancing. Everyone except Harry. He'd tried. Merlin knew he'd tried. For the first hour, he'd smiled and accepted congratulations, allowed himself to be pulled into brief embraces by people he barely knew. Seamus had clapped him on the back so hard he'd nearly stumbled. Professor Sprout had cried on his shoulder. Kingsley Shacklebolt had shaken his hand with solemn gravity and told him that the wizarding world would never forget what he'd done. What he'd done. The words echoed in his mind, hollow and strange, like they belonged to someone else's story. A tangle of red hair and white blonde caught his eye. Luna Lovegood was sitting at the edge of the dance floor, her feet bare, had she taken off her shoes, and her radish earrings swinging as she nodded along to the music. A small smile played at her lips, but her silver eyes were distant, focused on something Harry couldn't see. She was the only other person in the room who wasn't dancing. The thought should have made him feel less alone. It didn't. Harry. Hermione had appeared at his side, slightly out of breath, her brown eyes bright with concern. Ron was right behind her, his arms slung protectively over her shoulders. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked, her voice pitched low so only Harry could hear. "You've been standing here for ages." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically. The words tasted like ash. Ron's brow furrowed. "You don't look fine, mate. You look like you're about to keel over." "I'm just tired." Harry forced what he hoped was a convincing smile. "Long day." "It's been a long year," Ron said, and his voice cracked slightly on the last word. He cleared his throat. "But it's over now. We won. You should be celebrating. We won." Harry looked past Ron to where the dancing continued. He could see his mother's eyes in the distance, and his father's messy hair, and Sirius's laugh, and Remus's gentle smile, and Tonks's ever-changing hair, and Fred's mischievous wink. No. Not Fred. Never Fred again. The grief hit him like a physical blow, and he had to grip the edge of the alcove to stay upright. "I'm going to get some air," he said abruptly. "I'll be back in a bit." He didn't wait for their response. He pushed past them, his steps quick and desperate, weaving through the crowd of celebrating witches and wizards who called out his name as he passed. Their voices merged into a meaningless roar. Harry Potter, wait. The boy who lived. The boy who lived. He'd been called that for as long as he could remember. The boy who lived. As if survival were a miracle, as if living was something to be celebrated. But what about all the others? The ones who hadn't lived. The ones who had died because of him, for him, in his place. The boy who lived while others died. The title felt more like a curse than a blessing. He burst through the main doors and stumbled out onto the grounds, the cool night air hitting his face like a welcome slap. The door swung shut behind him, muffling the distant sounds of celebration, and suddenly the silence was deafening. Harry walked. He didn't know where he was going. His feet carried him across the damp grass, past the Whomping Willow, which stood still and silent in the darkness, past Hagrid's cabin, dark and empty. Hagrid was inside the castle, surely celebrating with everyone else, and down toward the lake. The surface of the water was like black glass, reflecting the stars above. The giant squid was nowhere to be seen, probably hiding from the noise of the celebration. Harry sat down heavily on the grass at the water's edge, the dampness seeping through his robes, and stared out at the darkness. The war was over. Voldemort was dead. He'd won. So why did he feel like he'd lost everything? The question echoed in his mind, unanswered. He thought about all the people he'd loved, all the people he'd lost. His parents, who'd died to save him. Sirius, who'd fallen through the veil. Remus and Tonks, who'd left behind a son who would never know them. Fred, who would never make another joke. Dobby, who'd died with a smile on his face. Hedwig, who'd been his first real friend. Colin Creevey, who'd been too young to fight. Lavender Brown, who'd been too young to die. And on and on and on. The list seemed endless. Every name was a fresh wound, a jagged scar on his soul that would never fully heal. He thought about the others who'd survived. Neville, who'd lost his parents in a different way. Luna, who'd been locked in Malfoy Manor, her sanity fraying, and yet she'd somehow come out whole. Hermione, who'd been tortured on the drawing room floor while Harry could do nothing. Ron, who'd seen his brother die. They'd all survived. They were all celebrating. And Harry was sitting by the lake, feeling like a stranger in his own life. The hours passed. The celebration inside the castle continued, the distant music and laughter occasionally drifting across the grounds. Harry didn't move. He couldn't. It was as if his body had turned to stone, his thoughts caught in an endless loop of guilt and grief and hollow emptiness. He thought about the future. About what he was supposed to do now. The war had consumed his life for so long, for as long as he could remember, really, and now it was over. The Dursleys were gone, probably still in hiding. Hogwarts was his home, but it would never be the same. Ron and Hermione had each other. Ginny. He thought about Ginny. She was beautiful and fierce and everything he'd ever wanted. But when he looked at her now, all he could see was the Weasley family's grief, all he could see was Fred's empty space at the table. He'd almost gotten her killed. He'd almost gotten all of them killed. Maybe it was better if he stayed away. Maybe it was better if he disappeared, if he let everyone move on with their lives without him dragging them down. The thought was appealing in a strange, hollow way. The sky began to lighten. Pale gray crept across the horizon, chasing away the stars. The music from the castle had finally stopped, and the grounds were silent except for the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Harry stood up slowly, his joints stiff from sitting so long. He felt empty, hollowed out, like a shell that had been scraped clean of everything inside. He walked back to the castle. The great hall was a mess of abandoned goblets and half-eaten food. A few students were asleep on the floor, wrapped in conjured blankets. Others were still dancing, their movements sluggish with exhaustion. Harry spotted Ron and Hermione curled up together near the fireplace, both asleep. George was gone. Luna was gone. Harry slipped out of the hall and made his way to the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady was asleep in her portrait, snoring softly. He didn't have the energy to wake her, so he just stood there for a moment, staring at the empty space where the entrance should be. "This is ridiculous," he muttered to himself. "I'm a grown wizard. I should be able to get into my own common room." But the fat lady didn't wake, and Harry didn't have the heart to disturb her. He turned and walked aimlessly through the corridors, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He found himself in front of the room of requirement. The wall was smooth and unbroken, no door in sight. Harry reached out and pressed his palm against the cool stone, his eyes closing. "I need a place to rest," he whispered. "I need a place where no one can find me. I need—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't know what he needed. The wall rippled, and a door appeared. Harry stepped through. The room that greeted him was small and simple, nothing like the elaborate spaces the room of requirement had created for him before. A single bed sat in a corner, covered in plain white sheets. A wooden chair was positioned near a window that looked out over the grounds, a window that shouldn't have existed, given that the room of requirement was in the middle of the castle. Outside, the sun was beginning to rise. Harry collapsed onto the bed. He didn't take off his robes. He didn't pull back the covers. He just lay there, staring up at the ceiling, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on him. The silence was unbearable. He closed his eyes. And the nightmares came. The first thing Harry noticed was the dust. It coated everything, the dark wood paneling, the moth-eaten curtains, the ancient furniture that had probably been fashionable 2 centuries ago and had been left to rot ever since. Particles of it swirled in the thin shafts of sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows, dancing like malevolent fairies. Grimmauld Place had never been welcoming. Even when the Order had used it as headquarters, even when Molly Weasley had tried to scrub the dark magic from its walls, the house had resisted warmth. It had always felt like a place that was waiting for its rightful owners to return, waiting for the dark arts to reclaim it. Now, with the house empty and silent, it felt like it had finally gotten its wish. Harry stood in the entrance hall, his trunk floating behind him, and tried to remember why he'd thought this was a good idea. "Because I don't have anywhere else to go." The thought was simple and devastating. The Dursleys were gone, living somewhere in hiding, probably, protected by the Ministry until Voldemort's remaining followers were rounded up. Ron had invited him to the burrow, of course, but Harry couldn't face it. He couldn't face the empty space at the table, couldn't face Molly's grief-stricken eyes every time she looked at him, couldn't face the guilt that would surely follow. Hermione had offered her parents' house, but Harry knew she needed time. With her family, time to heal the wounds that the war had created. And Andromeda Tonks had practically begged, him to come live with her and Teddy, but the thought of being in the same house as a baby who would never know his parents was too much. So Grimmauld Place it was. The house had been left to him in Sirius's will, one of the few things the Ministry hadn't managed to contest. It was his now, for better or worse. And right now, it felt very much like worse. He made his way up the creaking stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The house seemed to hold its breath around him, as if it was waiting for him to make a wrong move, to show weakness. The drawing room was exactly as he remembered it. The same peeling wallpaper, the same moth-eaten velvet curtains, the same portrait of Walburga Black, mercifully covered by a dusty sheet. Harry had been the one to cover it, months ago, when the Order had still been using the house as headquarters. He walked to the window and looked out at the grimy street below. Muggles walked past, oblivious to the magical world hidden just behind the walls. A woman pushed a pram. A man walked a dog. A child ran past, laughing. Normal life. Harry turned away. The bedroom he'd used during the Order's occupation was still there, untouched. A bed with faded sheets. A wardrobe that smelled of mothballs. A desk with a single drawer that contained nothing but dust. He floated his trunk onto the floor and sat down heavily on the bed. This was his life now. He was 19 years old, the savior of the wizarding world, and he was living alone in a house that hated him, staring at walls that had been painted with dark magic, wondering what he was supposed to do next. The days blurred together. Harry lost track of time. There was no schedule to keep, no one to answer to. He slept when he was tired, ate when he was hungry, though his appetite had all but disappeared, and spent the rest of his time staring at walls, or pacing the corridors, or lying in bed, watching the shadows move across the ceiling. Kreacher appeared occasionally, his presence silent and disapproving. He would leave plates of food outside Harry's door, sandwiches, mostly, or soup, and then disappear back into the dark recesses of the house. Harry wasn't sure if Kreacher hated him or pitied him or simply didn't care. Maybe all three. The nightmares were constant now. He dreamed of Voldemort's face, snake-like and triumphant, his red eyes gleaming with malice. He dreamed of the forbidden forest, of walking to his death, of his mother's voice screaming in the darkness. He dreamed of Dobby's last breath, of Fred's lifeless eyes, of Sirius falling through the veil, his expression frozen in shock. But the worst dreams were the ones that were almost real. He'd wake up disoriented, convinced that the war was still happening, that he was still fighting, that someone else had just died because of him. He'd stumble out of bed, wand raised, ready to face an enemy that wasn't there. The silence would greet him. The emptiness would swallow him whole. He'd stand in the middle of the room, breathing hard, his heart pounding, and wait for the fear to fade. It never quite did. One morning, or evening, he wasn't sure which, Harry found himself in the kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had gone cold hours ago. His reflection stared back at him from the surface of the liquid, hollow eyes, gaunt cheeks, a shadow of the person he'd been. He looked away. The post arrived with a soft thump at the front door. Harry didn't move. He hadn't been expecting anything. No one wrote to him anymore. Ron and Hermione had tried, at first, their owls arriving daily, their letters filled with concern and offers of help, but Harry had stopped responding. He'd just let the letters pile up on the doorstep, unread, until Kreacher took them away. He couldn't explain why he'd stopped responding. He wasn't angry at them. He just couldn't. Couldn't face their kindness. Couldn't face their worry. Couldn't face the way they looked at him like he was something fragile, something that might break. Because maybe he was. Maybe he already had. The thump came again. Harry sighed and pushed himself to his feet. He walked to the front door, his joints protesting after hours of sitting in the same position, and opened it. A single letter lay on the doormat, wrapped in a scrap of paper that looked like it had been torn from a newspaper. The handwriting on the front was loopy and uneven, the letters slightly misshapen, as if the writer had been in a hurry. Harry frowned. The owl was nowhere to be seen. Not unusual, really. Some of the more independent owls delivered their messages and then flew off without waiting for a reply. He picked up the letter and turned it over. There was no stamp. No ministry seal. Just his name, written in that strange, loopy hand. He carried it back to the kitchen and sat down, staring at it for a long moment. The paper was slightly crumpled, as if it had been folded and refolded multiple times. There was a faint smell emanating from it, something floral, like a garden after rain. He unfolded it. Dear Harry. He stopped reading immediately, his breath catching in his throat. It wasn't just the handwriting that was familiar. It was the words themselves, the way they flowed across the page in a meandering, conversational way that felt like the person was sitting right there, talking to him. Asterisk, I hope this letter finds you well. I've been thinking about you a lot lately. Not in a strange way, I don't have to be thinking about you in any particular way to think about you a lot. It's just that sometimes I'll be doing something ordinary, like feeding the Crumplehorn Snorkax, and I'll suddenly wonder what you're doing, asterisk. Asterisk I asked Neville if he knew where you were, but he said he hadn't seen you since the celebration after the battle. He seemed worried. Hermione and Ron seem worried too. I saw them at the Leaky Cauldron last week, and they both looked like they hadn't slept in days, asterisk. Asterisk I told them that you were probably just taking some time to yourself, that you'd come back when you were ready. They didn't look convinced. But I think it's true. I think everyone needs time to just be alone sometimes, asterisk. Asterisk I'm not sure why I'm writing this letter. I don't really know what I want to say. I just kept thinking about you, and it seemed like the thing to do, asterisk. Asterisk anyway, I hope you're okay. And I hope you're not being too hard on yourself. It's easy to be hard on yourself. The Nargles tell me that all the time, asterisk no, Luna, you didn't do enough, you should have done more, you should have been better asterisk, but I've learned not to listen to them, asterisk. Asterisk I know you probably don't believe this, but you did enough, Harry. You did more than enough. You saved all of us, asterisk. You saved me. Asterisk and even if you never do anything else for the rest of your life, that's enough. That's more than enough, asterisk. Asterisk well, I should probably go. The gillyweed I was trying to grow seems to have developed a mind of its own, and I need to sort out the situation before it spreads to the rest of the garden, asterisk. Asterisk write back if you want to. Or don't. The choice is yours. But I'll still be thinking about you, asterisk. With love and radishes. Luna Lovegood. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. The kitchen was silent. The tea was still cold. The shadows had shifted across the floor, marking the passage of time. You saved me. The words echoed in his mind. He didn't feel like he'd saved anyone. He felt like he'd been dragged through the war by forces beyond his control, surviving only by sheer luck and the sacrifice of others. The people who'd died, they were the real heroes. The people who'd fought and bled and given everything, they were the ones who deserved praise. Not him. I know you probably don't believe this, but you did enough. But she was wrong. He hadn't done enough. If he'd done enough, Fred would still be alive. Remus would still be alive. Tonks would still be alive. Stop it. He blinked, surprised by the sharpness of the thought. Asterisk stop it, Harry. Stop letting the Nargles take control of your mind, asterisk. He almost laughed. Nargles. Luna's beloved Nargles. She'd been talking about them for years, ever since they'd first met, and he'd never quite understood what she was getting at. But now, reading her letter, he felt like maybe he was starting to get it. The Nargles weren't real. They were just a way for Luna to talk about the things that were bothering her, a way to make the darkness a little less frightening. A way to turn her fears into something she could name and understand. Maybe he needed something like that. Maybe he needed a way to name his fears, to understand them, to make them less overwhelming. Harry. The voice in his head was Luna's, soft and calm and slightly dreamy. Are you listening to me? He shook himself. He was sitting alone in the kitchen, staring at a letter from a girl he hadn't seen in months. A girl who'd been through the same horrors he had, who'd been locked in Malfoy Manor, who'd been subjected to things that would have broken most people. And she was writing to him. Thinking about him. Wondering if he was okay. He felt something shift in his chest. A tiny crack in the wall he'd built around himself, a sliver of light in the darkness. He looked at the letter again. At the bottom, in smaller handwriting, there was a postscript. Asterisk P.S. I've been thinking about the night we were in the room of requirement, when we hid behind the tapestry. Do you remember how you told me about your parents? I'd never seen you look so vulnerable. But you trusted me enough to share that with me. It meant a lot, asterisk. Asterisk even if you never write back, I want you to know that I'm still here. I'll always be here. That's what friends are for, asterisk. L. Harry set the letter down gently. His hand was shaking. When had his hand started shaking? He looked out the window. The sky was grey and overcast, the kind of London sky that seemed to drain all colour from the world. The street below was empty. He thought about the room of requirement. The night he'd told Luna about his parents, about the pain he still carried from their deaths. The night she'd listened without judgment, without pity, just listened. And when he'd finished, she'd reached out and squeezed his hand, and she'd said something that had stayed with him ever since. Asterisk, the people we love never truly leave us. They just change shape. Like a nargle that's learned to fly. Asterisk. He hadn't understood it at the time. But now, sitting in the cold kitchen of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by shadows and memories and grief, he thought he might be starting to. He reached for a quill. It was dusty, and the ink was dried, but he managed to get it working with a flick of his wand. He pulled a piece of parchment from his trunk, a blank sheet, unmarred by any of the letters he'd never written, and stared at it. What was he supposed to say? Dear Luna. He paused. Asterisk, thank you for your letter. I'm not sure why I'm writing back. I've been ignoring everyone else for weeks, asterisk. Asterisk, I'm sorry. I know that's not fair to them. Or to you, asterisk. Asterisk, but I can't face them. I can't face anyone. I feel like a fraud. Like everyone is looking at me and seeing something I'm not. A hero. A savior, asterisk. Asterisk, I'm not a hero. I'm just someone who survived when other people didn't, asterisk. He stopped writing. The words stared back at him, ugly and raw. This wasn't what Luna needed to hear. She was probably expecting something cheerful, something optimistic. Something that proved she'd been right to write to him. But he couldn't give her that. He couldn't pretend. He set the quill down. The letter remained unfinished, sitting on the kitchen table like an accusation. 3 days later, the owl arrived. Harry was in the drawing room, staring at the covered portrait of Walburga Black, when he heard the familiar soft thump at the front door. He'd been expecting it. He'd been thinking about it constantly, replaying the half-written letter in his mind, wondering if he should finish it, if he should send it, if he should just pretend he'd never received the original. But when he opened the door, it wasn't a letter that was waiting for him. It was a woman. She was small and slim, with long dirty blonde hair that hung past her waist, and eyes that were so pale they almost seemed silver. She wore a pair of bright purple robes that were far too thin for the chilly London weather, and her feet were bare, completely bare, even though the ground was damp with recent rain. In her hands, she held something that looked like a plant, an enormous, sprawling plant with leaves that were tinted an impossible shade of blue and roots that seemed to be trying to escape their pot. Luna Lovegood smiled at him. "Hello, Harry," she said, her voice as dreamy and calm as ever. "I thought you might like some company." Harry stared at her. For a long moment, he couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He just stood there, gaping like a fish, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. Luna. Luna was here. At Grimmauld Place. In the middle of the afternoon. Barefoot. Holding a plant. He started. "How?" "I decided to come see you," Luna said simply. "I know you didn't write back, and I know you've been ignoring everyone else too. But the Nargles told me you needed a friend. So here I am." "Nargles," Harry repeated faintly. She nodded. "They're quite clever, actually. They always know when someone's in distress. They flutter around the person and whisper things, and if you listen closely, you can hear what they're saying." She paused, tilting her head. "You have a lot of them around you, Harry. They're practically swarming." Harry had no idea how to respond to that. Luna didn't seem to need a response. She stepped past him into the entrance hall, her bare feet making soft slapping sounds on the stone floor. She looked around with interest, her silver eyes taking in the peeling wallpaper and the cobweb-draped chandelier. "Grim old place," she said. "I've heard so much about it. It's a bit gloomy, isn't it? But I think it has potential." She set the plant down on the floor, and Harry finally got a good look at it. The leaves were an intense, almost luminous blue, and they seemed to pulse with a soft glow. The roots were long and thin, curling around the edges of the pot like grasping fingers. "What is that?" he asked, his voice still slightly strangled. "It's a moonpetal vine," Luna said, beaming. "I've been growing it in my garden. It only blooms under the light of a full moon, and its petals can be used in all sorts of healing potions. I thought you might like it. A bit of light in a dark place." Harry looked at the vine. It was strange and beautiful and slightly unsettling, much like Luna herself. "Thank you," he managed. That's very kind. You're welcome." Luna smiled at him again, and this time, there was something different in her expression. Something softer, more understanding. "You don't have to talk if you don't want to, Harry. I can just sit with you if you'd prefer." Harry opened his mouth to say something, he wasn't sure what, and then closed it again. Luna nodded, as if he'd said something deeply profound. "I'll take that as a yes." She walked past him and made her way up the stairs, her bare feet padding softly on the worn steps. She didn't seem to need directions. She just knew where she was going. Harry followed her. She led him to the drawing room, the same room he'd been sitting in moments ago, staring at the covered portrait of Walburga Black. She walked to the window and looked out, her silver eyes scanning the grey London streets. "It's strange," she said. "How the world just keeps going. Even after everything that's happened, the world still turns, the sun still rises, people still walk their dogs and buy their groceries. It's like nothing's changed." Harry stood in the doorway, watching her. "It has changed," he said quietly. "Everything's changed." "Has it?" Luna turned to face him. "The war is over, yes. Voldemort is gone. But the world is still the same place it always was. Full of joy and sorrow, hope and despair, love and loss. That was true before the war, and it'll be true after. What matters is how we choose to see it." Harry opened his mouth to argue, to say that he couldn't see anything, that the world had lost all its color, that everything felt hollow and meaningless, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he sank onto the faded sofa, his body heavy with exhaustion. Luna walked over and sat beside him. She didn't say anything. She just sat there, her presence a calm and steady warmth in the cold, gloomy room. They sat in silence for a long time. Harry's mind drifted. He thought about the war, the battles, the deaths. He thought about all the things he'd done, all the choices he'd made, all the people he'd failed. He thought about the hollow emptiness that had taken up residence in his chest, the weight that seemed to press down on him every second of every day. He thought about Luna. About the letter she'd sent him, the words she'd written. "You saved me." He looked at her. She was sitting perfectly still, her hands folded in her lap, her silver eyes gazing at something in the distance. "Luna," he said. She turned to look at him. "Yes, Harry. I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "I don't know how to live. I've been fighting for so long, and now that it's over, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself." Luna reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cool and soft, and they squeezed gently. "You don't have to know," she said. "You just have to exist. One day at a time. One moment at a time. And eventually, you'll figure out what comes next." "What if I never figure it out?" Harry asked. "What if I'm stuck like this forever?" "Then you'll be stuck," Luna said simply. "But I don't think you will be. You're strong, Harry. Stronger than you know. And you have people who care about you. People who want to help." She squeezed his hand again. I'm one of them. Harry felt something crack inside him. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic break, more like a hairline fracture, the tiniest opening in the walls he'd built around himself. But it was enough. Enough for a sliver of warmth to seep through, enough for the suffocating weight on his chest to ease just slightly. He squeezed her hand back. "Thank you," he said. "For coming. For the plant. For everything." Luna smiled. "You're welcome, Harry." And then she went back to looking out the window, her hands still clasped in his, and Harry sat beside her in the gloom of Grimmauld Place, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not happiness. Not peace. But a tiny, fragile flicker of hope. It was enough. The day passed in a strange, suspended state. Luna didn't try to fill the silence with conversation. She didn't ask probing questions or offer unsolicited advice. She just stayed close to Harry, a steady presence in the darkness, and let the quiet speak for itself. Eventually, the shadows lengthened, and the room grew dim. Harry realized he was hungry, really hungry, for the first time in days. The thought surprised him. "I should make dinner," he said, standing up. "Do you like?" He paused, realizing he had no idea what Luna liked to eat. They'd shared meals at Hogwarts, but he'd never paid attention to her preferences. "What do you like?" "I'm not picky," Luna said. "But I do love pumpkin juice. And treacle tart. And anything with radishes, really." Harry snorted, a sound that surprised him almost as much as the hunger had. "You're impossible." "I know," Luna agreed. They made their way down to the kitchen. Harry had to kick aside several piles of dust and a few dead spiders to clear a path, but eventually, he managed to conjure a fire in the hearth and locate some basic cooking supplies. The kitchen was cold and damp, and the cabinets were mostly empty. But Harry found some bread and cheese, a jar of pickled onions, and a bottle of pumpkin juice that had been sitting in the pantry for at least a year. He brought out his wand and waved it, and a simple meal appeared on the table. "I'm sorry it's not very elaborate," he said, sitting down across from Luna. "I haven't really been. I didn't." "You made dinner," Luna said simply. "That's enough." She reached for a piece of bread and bit into it. Her expression was placid, peaceful, as if she were dining in a five-star restaurant instead of a dusty kitchen in a cursed house. Harry watched her eat, feeling something warm and unfamiliar stir in his chest. It wasn't a powerful emotion, just a quiet, gentle feeling, like the first rays of sunlight after a long storm. He picked up his own bread and took a bite. They ate in silence, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It was the kind of silence that two people could share when they didn't need words to understand each other. When they finished, Luna helped Harry wash the dishes. They worked side by side, their hands occasionally brushing in the soapy water, and Harry found that he didn't mind. He didn't mind at all. "It's getting late," Luna said eventually, drying her hands on a towel. "I should probably be going." Harry felt a pang of something, disappointment, maybe. Or fear. He wasn't sure. "You could stay," he said, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "If you want. There are plenty of rooms." Luna's silver eyes met his. For a moment, she was silent, and Harry worried that he'd said the wrong thing, that she would think he was being too forward, that she would. "I'd like that," she said. The relief that washed over Harry was almost overwhelming. "I'll show you to a room," he said quickly. "There's one on the second floor that's not too bad. It's dusty, and there's probably a few boggats hiding in the wardrobe, but it's dry and there's a bed, and—" "Harry," Luna said gently. He stopped rambling. "Thank you," she said. "For letting me stay." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He led her up to the second floor, past the portrait of Walburga Black, who was mercifully silent, and showed her to a room that had once belonged to Regulus Black. The room was small but tidy, with a narrow bed and a wardrobe that creaked when he opened it. "I'm sorry it's not more comfortable," he said. "I know it's not much." "It's perfect," Luna said. She sat down on the bed, her bare feet dangling over the edge, and looked around the room with obvious interest. "I like this house," she said. "It feels like it has stories to tell." Harry looked at the peeling wallpaper and the grimy windows. "It has plenty of stories," he said. "Most of them aren't very happy." "Happy stories aren't the only ones worth telling," Luna said. Harry paused at the door, her words echoing in his mind. He turned back to look at her. Luna was smiling at him, her silver eyes soft and warm. "Good night, Harry," she said. "Good night," Harry managed. He pulled the door closed and stood in the hallway for a long moment, staring at the wood grain. Something had shifted tonight. Something had changed. He couldn't quite identify what it was, but he knew that it was there. He walked back to his own room, the room he'd used when the order was at headquarters, and sat on the edge of the bed. His heart was beating faster than usual, and his palms were slightly sweaty. He thought about Luna. About her silver eyes and her quiet smile and the way she'd taken his hand without hesitation. "You're one of them," she'd said. "One of the people who care about you." He lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The nightmares would probably come tonight. They always did. But for the first time in weeks, Harry felt like maybe he could face them. He closed his eyes. And for a few precious hours, the silence wasn't quite so deafening. #Ghosts in Grimmauld Place. The nightmares came as they always did, a parade of faces and screams and moments frozen in time, each one more vivid than the last. But tonight, Harry woke differently. Not with a start, not gasping for air with his wand already in his hand. He woke slowly, as if surfacing from deep water, and the first thing he became aware of was the soft gray light filtering through the grimy windows. Dawn. It was dawn. He lay still in the narrow bed, his heart beating steadily, and realized with a start that for the first time in weeks, he hadn't woken up screaming. The thought should have made him feel relieved. Instead, it made him feel hollow. He pushed himself upright and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet as he stood, and the sound seemed unnaturally loud in the silent house. Everything was silent. Harry walked to the door and pulled it open, peering out into the dim hallway. The house was empty. Or was it? He walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. The portraits on the walls watched him with painted eyes, their expressions ranging from disdain to pity to something that might have been fear. The black family tapestry loomed at the end of the hallway, its golden threads depicting a lineage that had been violently pruned, blasted out, by those who dared to break free. Harry stopped in front of it, his eyes tracing the burned marks where Sirius's name should have been. The tapestry pulsed faintly with ancient magic, and Harry felt a familiar pang of grief. He'd done this. He'd been the one to burn Sirius's name off the tapestry. It had felt right at the time, a final rebellion against the family that had rejected him, a declaration that Sirius was his own man, not a puppet of the Blacks. But now, standing in the cold hallway, Harry wondered if he'd been wrong. Sirius had hated this house. He'd hated everything it stood for, the blood purity, the dark magic, the suffocating expectations. But it had still been his home. It had been the only home he'd ever known, even if it had been a prison. And now it was Harry's prison. He tore his gaze away from the tapestry and continued down the hallway, past the closed doors and the dusty portraits, until he reached the staircase. The stairs groaned beneath his weight, as if they were protesting his presence. The kitchen was cold. The fire had gone out hours ago, leaving only ashes in the grate. Harry waved his wand, and flames sprang to life, casting flickering shadows across the walls. He stood in front of the fire for a long moment, trying to summon the energy to make breakfast. His stomach felt empty, but the thought of food made him queasy. He'd been living on tea and toast for weeks now, his appetite having abandoned him somewhere between the Forbidden Forest and the final battle. "Good morning." Harry spun around, his wand already in his hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. Luna was standing in the doorway, her silver eyes wide and her expression calm. She was still wearing the same purple robes from yesterday, and her hair was tangled from sleep, but she didn't seem to mind. "I'm sorry," Harry said, lowering his wand. "I didn't hear you coming." "Of course you didn't," Luna said, walking into the kitchen. "I float. It's a habit I picked up from the dirigible plums. They make the most extraordinary sounds when they're happy." Harry blinked. "What?" "The dirigible plums," Luna repeated. "They hum when they're content. If you're very still, you can hear them. It's like a lullaby, really." Harry opened his mouth to respond, to say that dirigible plums weren't real, that Luna was making things up, that the war had broken something inside her, but the words caught in his throat. Luna walked past him to the fire and knelt down, holding out her hands to the flames. The warmth cast a golden glow across her face, and Harry couldn't help but notice how peaceful she looked. It was as if the horrors of the past year had somehow slid off her like water off a duck's back. "I like your house," she said, not turning around. "It has good bones. And the ghosts are very polite." Harry made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh. "Polite?" Luna nodded. "Most of them don't talk. They just drift around and look sad. But I found one on the 3rd floor who was very helpful. He told me where the extra blankets were." "You found a ghost on the 3rd floor?" "I think he was a black," Luna said, turning to look at him. "He had very distinguished sideburns. And he told me that the blankets in the wardrobe were enchanted to keep you warm even in the coldest weather. I've been meaning to ask you about that, actually. Why don't you use them? You shiver in your sleep." Harry stared at her. "You watched me sleep?" "Of course not," Luna said. "That would be strange. I heard you shivering through the wall. It was very loud." "Oh." Harry felt his cheeks flush. "Right. The walls are thin. And the magical heating in this house doesn't work very well," Luna agreed. "I think something might have damaged it. Possibly a curse. There's a lot of residual dark magic here." She said the words casually, as if she were discussing the weather. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "Is that dangerous?" he asked. "The dark magic, I mean." "Probably," Luna said. "But it's been here for so long that it's mostly settled. It's like an old wound that's healed over, still painful sometimes, but not actively bleeding. Unless you poke at it, of course. And you're not worried about that? About getting hurt?" Luna tilted her head, considering the question. "I don't think I have to worry. The dark magic here is old and tired. It doesn't have the energy to hurt anyone. It's like a retired constable who used to be very important but now just sits in a chair and grumbles." "About the younger generation." Harry couldn't help it, he laughed. The sound surprised him. It was rusty and awkward, like a door that hadn't been opened in years, but it was definitely a laugh. Luna smiled at him, her silver eyes crinkling at the corners. "There. That's better. The Nargles have stopped swarming." "They were still swarming." "They're always swarming when you're sad," Luna said. "But now they've gone to find a different source of woe. Probably the dust bunnies under the stairs." Harry shook his head, still smiling. "You're impossible." "Thank you," Luna said. She stood up and brushed off her robes, then walked over to the pantry and began rummaging through the cabinets. Harry watched her, bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Making breakfast," Luna said. "Do you have any honey?" "I saw some in the corner, but it looked very old." "There's probably honey somewhere. But you don't have to." "Nonsense," Luna said. "I'm a guest. Guests should help." She pulled out a jar of what appeared to be honey. The color was dark amber, and it had crystallized slightly, but it still smelled sweet, and set it on the counter. Then she found some bread, a knife, and a pot of water. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Luna had already started to work. She moved with a quiet efficiency that didn't match her dreamy demeanor, her hands quick and sure as she sliced the bread and boiled the water for tea. "We need to eat something," she said, as if answering an unspoken question. "The Nargles told me you've been skipping meals." "That's not good." "The Nargles," Harry repeated. "You're using the Nargles to spy on me." "Not spy," Luna corrected. "Monitor. It's different." Harry sat down at the table, feeling oddly light. There was something about the way Luna moved through the kitchen, her bare feet patting softly on the cold stone floor, that made him feel less alone. It was as if her presence had filled the empty spaces in the house, chasing away some of the darkness that had settled into the walls. She set a plate of toast in front of him, along with a cup of tea that steamed gently. The honey glistened on the toast, golden and warm. "I didn't have any radishes," Luna said apologetically. "But the honey should help. Sweet things are good for the soul." Harry picked up the toast and took a bite. The honey was sweet and slightly floral, and the bread was crisp on the outside and soft on the inside. It was the best thing he'd eaten in weeks. "Thank you," he said. "This is really good." "You're welcome," Luna said. She sat across from him with her own cup of tea, her hands wrapped around the ceramic, and watched him eat. There was no judgment in her gaze, no pity. Just a quiet, patient presence. Harry took another bite of toast, then another. He finished the entire slice and reached for a second one before he realized what he was doing. "I'm hungry," he said, the words coming out in a rush. "I've actually been hungry for the past few days, but I couldn't bring myself to eat. I just kept looking at the food and thinking, what's the point? Why bother? But now I'm actually eating, and it's nice." Luna nodded, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "The body takes time to catch up with the mind," she said. "You've been running on empty for so long that you forgot what it felt like to be full. But your body remembered. It knows what it needs." Harry paused, mid-bite. "Is that why you came here? Because you knew I needed to eat?" "No," Luna said simply. "I came here because I wanted to see you." The eating was a bonus. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. It wasn't quite happiness, it was too fragile for that, but it was close. They finished breakfast in comfortable silence. When the dishes were cleared away, Luna announced that she wanted to explore the house. "There's a garden out back," she said. "I saw it from the window. It's very wild, but I think it could be beautiful." Harry followed her through the kitchen and out the back door. The garden was indeed wild, overgrown with weeds and brambles, the stone path barely visible beneath the tangled vegetation. A rusty iron gate hung crookedly at the far end, and the stone walls were covered in ivy that had grown so thick it looked like a living carpet. "It's a mess," Harry said. "I've been meaning to do something about it, but I haven't had the energy." "Nonsense," Luna said. "It's not a mess. It's a garden that's been waiting. Look." She knelt down beside a cluster of flowers, tiny, blue blossoms that had somehow pushed their way through the layers of weeds. Their petals seemed to glow faintly in the morning light, and their leaves were shaped like tiny moons. "Moon petal vines," Luna said, her voice full of wonder. "They grew here naturally. That means the soil is very fertile. The house probably wanted a garden, even if the people who lived here didn't tend to it." She pressed her hand to the ground, her fingers brushing against the soil, and closed her eyes. Harry watched her, feeling a strange sense of reverence. "The earth remembers," she said softly. "It remembers the people who planted here, who walked here, who lived here. It remembers the joy and the sorrow, the pain and the hope. And it still grows." Harry knelt down beside her, his knees protesting the movement. He looked at the cluster of moon-petal vines, their blue petals glowing faintly in the daylight. "They're beautiful," he said, surprising himself. "Yes," Luna agreed. "They are." They spent the next hour in the garden, pulling weeds and clearing away dead branches. Harry found a rusty trowel in the shed, and Luna used her hands to dig out the stubborn roots that had taken hold around the flagstones. The work was slow and methodical, but it was also oddly soothing. Harry's mind wandered as he worked. He thought about the past few weeks, the hollow emptiness, the sleepless nights, the weight of grief that had pressed down on him like a physical force. He thought about the letter Luna had sent, the words she'd written. "You saved me." He still didn't believe it. But as he worked in the garden, feeling the cool earth beneath his fingers and the sun warming his face, he found that he was starting to believe something else. Maybe there was still a reason to keep going. Maybe there was still something worth living for. "Do you think it's possible," he asked, not looking at her, "to move on? To forget the bad things?" Luna paused in her work. She considered the question seriously, her silver eyes distant. "I don't think you should forget," she said. "The bad things are part of you. They shaped who you are. But they don't have to define you." Harry pulled at a particularly stubborn weed, his fingers digging into the soil. "I keep seeing them," he said. "In my dreams. In the moments when I'm not paying attention. I'll be doing something ordinary, making tea, walking down the hallway, and suddenly I'm back there. Back in the battle. Back in the forest. Watching people die." Luna set down her trowel. She moved to sit beside him on the ground, her legs crossed, her hands resting on her knees. "The ghosts are hard to shake," she said. "I know that. I see them too." Harry looked at her. "You do?" "All the time," Luna said. "I see my mother, sometimes. She died when I was young, but I still remember the explosion. The green light. I dream about it." Harry's breath caught in his throat. "Luna. Don't," she said, and her voice was firm. "Don't feel sorry for me. I'm not asking for pity. I'm telling you because you need to know that I understand." Harry swallowed hard. "You understand?" "Of course I do," Luna said. "I was in Malfoy Manor. I was in the dungeons. I listened to the other prisoners cry and scream. I saw the Death Eaters, the things they did." She paused, her voice steady but slightly colder. "They did things to me too." Harry felt a spike of rage go through him. "What did they do?" "It doesn't matter," Luna said. "What matters is that I survived. We survived. And now we have to figure out how to live." "Harry," she said softly. "I'm not trying to pretend the bad things didn't happen. I'm trying to find a way to live with them. And I think you can too." He looked at her, really looked at her, the pale eyebrows, the silver eyes, the scar on her left eyebrow where she'd been cut during the battle. She was a survivor, just like him. She'd endured unimaginable horrors and still found a way to smile, still found a way to believe in the good things. "How?" Harry asked. "How do you do it?" Luna was silent for a long moment. "I make lists," she said. Harry blinked. "Lists?" "Lists," Luna repeated. "Of small things. Good things. Things that make me feel like the world isn't all terrible." She reached into the pocket of her robes and pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment. She unfolded it and handed it to Harry. He looked down at the paper. The handwriting was uneven, the letters slightly misshapen, but it was easy enough to read. "Things that make me smile," by Luna Lovegood. 1. The first cup of tea in the morning. 2. Finding a new type of flower. 3. The way dirigible plums hum when they're happy. 4. Watching the stars come out at night. 5. The feeling of grass under my feet. 6. remembering something my mother said. 7. When someone says my name like it matters. 8. Fresh bread with honey. 9. The smell of rain. 10. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me. Harry read the list twice. Something in his chest was aching, and he couldn't quite identify the feeling. These are all small things, he said. Yes, Luna agreed. Small things are important. They're easier to hold on to. He handed the list back to her, his fingers brushing against hers. I don't think I could make a list like that. Of course you could, Luna said. You just haven't tried. He shook his head. I'm not. I can't. Then start with one thing, Luna said. Just one. Something that made you feel warm, even for a moment. Harry stared at the ground. A single weed was still poking out of the soil, stubborn and persistent, refusing to give up its hold on the earth. He reached out and pulled it free. Today, he said slowly. In the garden. Feeling the soil. Seeing the flowers. Luna smiled. That's a good one. It's not much, Harry said. It's enough, Luna said. It's a start. The day wore on, soft and unhurried. After the garden work, Luna suggested a walk along the Muggle streets, and Harry agreed with a mixture of reluctance and something that might have been curiosity. The streets of London were busy, full of life and noise that Harry had been avoiding for weeks. Muggles walked past them in a blur of movement and chatter, businessmen in suits, mothers pushing prams, teenagers with mobile phones pressed to their ears. Luna walked beside him, barefoot and unbothered by the curious stares she attracted. Her dirty blonde hair blew in the breeze, and her purple robes billowed behind her like a cloak. She looked like a character from a storybook, out of place among the grey concrete and glass. The Muggle world is very loud, she observed. But it's also very honest. The things they care about are simple. Food, shelter, love. The same things we care about. Harry glanced at her. You're not worried about the stairs. Stairs are harmless, Luna said. They can't hurt me. The only things that can hurt me are the things I let inside my head. Unless it's a dark wizard, Harry muttered. Dark wizards are easier to deal with, Luna said. They're predictable. Nargles are much harder to pin down. Harry snorted. Nargles aren't real, Luna. Of course they are, Luna said. You just haven't been paying attention. They walked in silence for a while, threading through the crowds of Muggles. Harry found himself relaxing, the walk was pleasant, and Luna's presence was calming in its strangeness. It was the first time in a long time that he hadn't felt like he was being watched. They passed a small market with a stall selling fresh vegetables. Luna stopped in front of it, her silver eyes scanning the rows of produce. Do you like carrots? She asked. Sure. Luna approached the vendor and began a conversation about the merits of different types of root vegetables. The vendor, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, listened with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, and before Harry knew it, Luna had purchased 3 carrots and a bundle of radishes. Radishes are lucky, she explained, placing them in a small bag. They remind the body to heal. I've never heard that before, Harry admitted. Most people haven't, Luna said. It's a secret that only gardeners know. They continued walking, eventually reaching a small park. The grass was green and soft, and a cluster of daisies grew near the pathway. Luna saw them and immediately sat down, her hands reaching out to touch the petals. They're lovely, she said. Do you know what daisies represent? Harry shook his head. Innocence, Luna said. But also resilience. Daisies grow anywhere. They don't complain about poor soil or bad weather. They just grow. She picked a single daisy and held it up to the light, studying it with an intensity that made it seem like the most important thing in the world. Sometimes I think the world wants me to be like a rose, she said. Beautiful and delicate. But I'd rather be a daisy. Messy. Uncontrolled. Growing where I'm not supposed to. Harry sat down across from her, the grass soft beneath him. You're not like a rose. Thank you, Luna said. That's very kind. Harry smiled. It wasn't a compliment. It was just a statement. Still kind, Luna said. You could have said I was like a flower that no one wants, but you didn't. That means you care. He opened his mouth to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because she was right, he did care. He'd been trying been trying to hold himself apart from everyone and everything, but Luna had somehow slipped past his defenses. Who told you that? He asked. That flowers symbolize things. My mother, Luna said simply. Before she died. Harry felt something twist in his chest. I'm sorry. Don't be, Luna said. She's not gone. She's just different. She has a different shape now. How can you say that? Harry asked. She was your mother. She died. How can you be okay with that? Luna set the daisy down, her fingers brushing against the petals. I'm not okay with it, she said. I wasn't okay for a long time. I used to have nightmares about the explosion, about the green light. I used to scream in my sleep. My father would hear me and come to my room, and he'd hold me until I stopped shaking. Harry listened, his heart aching for her. And now? Now I have my lists, Luna said. I have my garden. I have the nargles and the dirigible plums and the moonpetal vines. I have memories of my mother that don't hurt quite as much. She looked at him, and her silver eyes were clear and calm. You have those too, Harry. You have memories of your mother. Of your father. Of Sirius, and Remus, and all the others who died. They're not gone. They're just different. Harry swallowed hard. It hurts, he admitted. Every time I remember them, it hurts. Of course it does, Luna said. Love hurts. That's what makes it real. But the pain is also proof. Proof that they were here. Proof that they mattered. You're very wise, Harry said. For someone who believes in nargles. I'm not wise, Luna said. I just know what makes sense to me. What makes sense to you? She looked up at the sky, considering his question. Everything, she said. The world makes sense to me. The way flowers grow, the way the stars move, the way people love and lose and love again. It's all connected. It all matters. He looked at her, seeing the sunlight play across her hair, and felt the fragility of hope bloom in his chest again. Luna thought the world was connected, that the universe made sense. He'd been alone in his grief for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like to share it with someone. Thank you, he said. For this. For today. For the daisy, and the garden, and all of it. Luna smiled at him, bright and sincere. You're welcome, Harry. It's good to have someone to share the small things with. They walked back to Grimmauld Place as the sun began to set. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, and the streetlights were beginning to flicker on. Harry opened the front door, and a wave of cold air hit him. The house seemed to resist his presence, the shadows longer and darker than they'd been before. Kreacher was hovering in the hallway, his face twisted into a scowl. Master has returned, Kreacher said. Master has brought a guest. Yes, Harry said. Luna is staying here tonight. Kreacher's scowl deepened. This is not a proper house for proper guests, he muttered. The blood trader's daughter should not be here. Kreacher, Harry said, warning in his voice. The house elf fell silent, but his eyes were still fixed on Luna with undisguised hostility. Luna, for her part, seemed unbothered by Kreacher's attitude. She walked past him and made her way toward the staircase, humming softly. I'll prepare a room, Harry said quickly. Just give me a moment. He led Luna up to the third floor, the same room she'd claimed the night before, and stood awkwardly in the doorway. "It's not much, but it's lovely," Luna said. She walked to the window and looked out at the London skyline, the sunset painting her face in gold. "I like the view." Harry nodded, his throat suddenly dry. "I'm glad." Luna turned to him, and her silver eyes were earnest. "I'm glad I came, Harry. And I'd like to keep coming, if that's all right." Harry felt something flutter in his chest. "Yeah," he said. "I'd like that." Luna smiled. "Good." She walked closer, so close that Harry could smell the faint floral scent of her hair, like lavender and something else he couldn't identify. She reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm and soft. "The ghosts in this house," she said. "They're not all sad. Some of them are just, waiting. Waiting for someone to see them." Harry looked down at her hand in his. "Do you think they'll ever find peace?" "I think they will," Luna said. "When someone remembers them. When someone sees them as they really were." He squeezed her hand gently. "I'm trying to see you, Luna. I want to understand." "You do understand," she said. "You understand better than most people. You just need to trust yourself." Harry nodded slowly, feeling a fragile hope bloom in his chest. Perhaps this was the beginning of something new, something gentle, something that might help him find his way out of the darkness. He let go of her hand and took a step back. "Good night, Luna." "Good night, Harry." He closed the door and stood in the hallway, his heart beating faster. The shadows were still there, lurking at the edges of his vision, but they didn't seem quite so threatening now. He walked back to his own room and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. The silence was still heavy, but it was no longer suffocating. It was something else, something that felt almost like peace. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt the shadows in his heart begin to lift. He fell asleep quickly, and for the first time in weeks, the nightmares didn't come. When he woke the next morning, the first thing he saw was a single daisy, its white petals glowing softly on his bedside table. A piece of parchment was lying next to it, the handwriting loopy and uneven. Asterisk, "You are not alone, Harry. I hope you'll remember that, asterisk. Luna." And Harry, staring at the daisy, felt the smallest of smiles cross his face. Chapter 3, A Letter from the Quibbler. The days that followed Luna's visit settled into a strange, unfamiliar rhythm. Harry woke each morning to the grey light filtering through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place, and for the first time in weeks, he didn't immediately want to sink back into unconsciousness. The weight on his chest was still there, a dull, persistent ache that never quite went away, but it had eased slightly, like a bruise that was finally beginning to heal. He found himself looking forward to small things. The first cup of tea in the morning, the way the warmth spread through his hands and chased away the chill. The brief moment of sunlight that sometimes broke through the clouds and illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air. The memory of Luna's voice, calm and dreamy, telling him that the world still had good things to offer. He hadn't realized how much he'd been living in darkness until she'd shown him a sliver of light. On the third day after Luna's departure, Harry found himself in the kitchen, staring at a blank piece of parchment. A quill was in his hand, the ink fresh and dark, but the words wouldn't come. He'd been trying to write to her. He'd been trying for hours. "Dear Luna." He'd written that much a dozen times, each time crossing out the words and starting over. What was he supposed to say? "Thank you for coming. Thank you for the daisy. Thank you for making me feel less alone." It all felt so inadequate. He set the quill down and rubbed his eyes. His head was throbbing, a dull, persistent pain that had been building all day. He'd barely slept the night before, his thoughts churning with memories and regrets and the strange, fluttery feeling that Luna's visit had left behind. The house creaked around him, settling into its ancient bones. Somewhere above, Harry heard footsteps, soft, barely audible, like someone was walking on tiptoe. He tensed, his hand reaching for his wand, but then he heard it again, and he realized it was just the house settling. Or was it? He shook his head. He was being paranoid. Grimmauld Place was empty, just as it had been for weeks. The only other occupant was Kreacher, who had been conspicuously absent since Luna's visit. Harry stood up and walked to the window. The street outside was quiet, the grey London sky promising rain. A few muggles hurried past, their collars turned up against the cold. Normal life. Ordinary life. The kind of life Harry had never really had. He thought about Luna again. About the way she'd sat in his garden, her hands buried in the soil, her silver eyes distant and peaceful. About the way she'd held his hand and told him he wasn't alone. He thought about the list she'd shown him. Things that make me smile, by Luna Lovegood, the small things. The ordinary things. The things that most people took for granted. He picked up the quill again. Dear Luna. He paused. I've been thinking about what you said. About the small things. I used to think that only big things mattered, winning the war, defeating Voldemort, saving everyone. But now that it's over, I don't know what to do with myself. I'm just, here. Living. Existing. I'm not sure I know how, *. He read the words back and groaned. It sounded pathetic. He crumpled the parchment and tossed it aside. This was impossible. Harry pushed away from the table and walked out of the kitchen. He needed air. He needed to clear his head. He made his way through the dim corridors of Grimmauld Place, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The house seemed to watch him as he passed, its shadows stretching and shifting like living things. He tried not to think about it. He tried not to think about anything. The front door groaned as he pulled it open, and the cold London air hit him like a slap. He stepped outside and took a deep breath, the chill filling his lungs. The street was quiet. A few birds chirped in the bare branches of a nearby tree. A cat darted across the road, its tail held high. Harry walked without any particular destination, his feet carrying him through the familiar streets of London. He passed the corner where he'd first seen the night bus, the park where he'd once hidden from Dudley's gang, the pub that he'd always been told to avoid. The wizarding world had changed since the war. People were more open, more hopeful. The Daily Prophet was full of stories about rebuilding, about new beginnings, about the future. But Harry felt like he was stuck in the past, unable to move forward. He found himself in front of a small bookshop, its windows dusty and its sign faded. The shop was closed, but Harry could see the shelves inside, lined with books that had probably been there for decades. He thought about Hermione, who would have loved this shop. About Ron, who would have complained about being dragged into it. About all the people who were moving on with their lives while he stood still. He turned away and kept walking. The hours passed. Harry walked until his feet ached and his legs trembled, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, he'd have to go back to the house, back to the silence, back to the endless loop of thoughts that chased themselves through his mind. When he finally returned to Grimmauld Place, the sun was beginning to set. The sky was streaked with orange and pink, and the streetlights were flickering to life. Harry opened the front door and stepped into the dim hallway. The house was quiet, as it always was. He walked to the kitchen and sat down at the table, his body heavy with exhaustion. There was a letter on the table. He stared at it for a long moment, his heart suddenly pounding. The envelope was pale green, with the words, "The Quibbler," printed on the back in elegant script. He picked it up and turned it over. The front was addressed to him in the same loopy, uneven handwriting that he'd come to recognize. Luna's handwriting. Harry's fingers trembled as he opened the envelope. Inside was a letter and a small, folded piece of paper that looked like a drawing. He unfolded the letter first and began to read. Dear Harry. Asterisk I hope this letter finds you well. I'm writing to you from my father's house, where I've been spending the past few days. The garden is doing wonderfully, the moon petal vines I gave you have already started to bloom, and the dirigible plums are humming louder than ever. I think they miss you, asterisk. Asterisk I've been thinking a lot about our time together at Grimmauld Place. It was strange and wonderful and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for you, asterisk. Asterisk I know you don't always believe me when I say things like that. I know you think I'm just being kind, or that I'm trying to make you feel better. But I'm not. I'm telling you the truth, asterisk. Asterisk I think about you, Harry. Not in a strange way, I mean, I do think about you in a strange way, but not the kind of strange that makes people uncomfortable. I think about you in the way that you think about someone who matters, asterisk. Asterisk I'm sending you a drawing with this letter. It's not very good, I've never been very good at drawing, but it's something I wanted you to have, asterisk. Asterisk don't worry if it's not perfect. I think that's the point, asterisk. Yours. Luna. Asterisk P.S. I'm also enclosing a copy of my list. The one I showed you. I thought you might want to have a copy of your own, asterisk. Harry set the letter down, his hands shaking. He picked up the folded piece of paper and opened it. It was a drawing of him. Luna had captured him in the garden, his hands dirty, a smile on his face. It wasn't a perfect drawing, the proportions were slightly off, and the shading was uneven, but it was unmistakably him. The hair was messy, the glasses were lopsided, the scar on his forehead was just visible. He was smiling. Harry stared at the drawing. He didn't remember smiling in the garden. He didn't remember feeling anything but hollow and exhausted. But here was proof that he'd smiled, proof that Luna had seen it. He felt something warm bloom in his chest. It wasn't quite happiness, it was too fragile for that, but it was something. Close. He unfolded the second piece of parchment. At the top, in the same loopy handwriting, was the title. Things That Make Me Smile, by Luna Lovegood. The list was longer than the one she'd shown him. There were new entries, written in different colored inks. 11. The way Harry's eyes crinkle when he laughs. 12. The first bite of honey on warm toast. 13. The feeling of grass between my toes. 14. The sound of rain on the roof. 15. Remembering that somewhere, someone is thinking of me. Harry read the list 3 times. His throat was tight, and his eyes were burning. He set the parchment down and picked up the quill again. This time, the words came easily. Dear Luna. Asterisk thank you for the letter. Thank you for the drawing. Thank you for everything, asterisk. Asterisk I've been thinking about what you said. About the small things. I've been trying to make a list of my own. I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm learning, asterisk. Asterisk I remember the garden. I remember the way the dirt felt on my hands. I remember the smell of the flowers. I remember you, asterisk. Asterisk that's something. I think that's something, asterisk. Asterisk tell your father I say hello. Tell the Nargles I'm sorry for not believing in them. Tell the dirigible plums to keep humming, asterisk. Yours. Harry. He sealed the letter and sent it off with an owl. Then he sat back and looked at the list Luna had sent him. Things that make me smile. He thought about his own life. About the moments of warmth and light that had somehow made their way through the darkness. The first cup of tea in the morning. The feeling of sunlight on my face. Walking through the garden, my hands in the dirt. The sound of Luna's laugh. He wrote them down, one by one, his quill scratching against the parchment. It was a small list, just 4 things, but it felt like a beginning. He tucked the list into his pocket and stood up. The house was still quiet, but the silence no longer felt oppressive. He had a list now. A list of small things. A list of things. That made him smile. It was a start. The days that followed were quieter than Harry had expected. He spent most of his time in the garden, pulling weeds and planting flowers. He'd never been much of a gardener, but there was something soothing about the work. The soil beneath his fingers was cool and damp, and the smell of the earth reminded him of Luna. He thought about her often. He thought about the way she'd sat in his kitchen, her bare feet on the cold stone floor. The way she'd hummed under her breath while she worked, a soft, tuneless melody that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside her. The way she'd looked at him like he was worth something, like he mattered. He thought about the drawing she'd sent him. The way she'd captured his smile, even though he'd thought he was too broken to smile anymore. He thought about the list. The small things. The things that made life worth living. He'd read her letter a dozen times, maybe more. Her words were strange and beautiful, like something from a different world. A world where people believed in the power of small things. He wanted to live in that world. One afternoon, Harry found himself in the kitchen, staring at another blank piece of parchment. He'd been writing to Luna regularly now, short letters, nothing too deep, just updates on his life and questions about hers. She always wrote back, her letters filled with tales of her garden and her father's new projects and the strange creatures she'd found. He was in the middle of writing a letter when the doorbell rang. Harry froze, his quill hovering over the parchment. No one visited Grimmauld Place. No one except Luna, and she always arrived by owl, her letters falling from the sky like clouds. He set the quill down and walked to the front door. His hand was shaking as he reached for the handle, his heart pounding in his chest. He opened the door. Ron and Hermione stood on the doorstep. Hermione's face lit up when she saw him, her eyes bright with relief. Ron was standing behind her, his expression a mixture of concern and anger, his hands stuffed into his pockets. "Harry," Hermione breathed. "We've been so worried about you." Harry stared at them, his mind blank. They were here. His best friends were here, standing on his doorstep, looking at him like he was something fragile. "I'm fine," he said automatically. "You're not fine," Ron said, his voice sharp. "You haven't answered any of our letters. You've been ignoring us for weeks. We had to get Luna to tell us where you were." Harry blinked. "Luna? She sent us an owl," Hermione said. "She said you needed space, but she also said we should come see you. She said you were starting to get better." "I am better," Harry said. "I'm fine." "You're not fine," Ron repeated. "You look terrible. You look like you haven't slept in weeks." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because Ron was right. He hadn't been sleeping. The nightmares had faded, but the restlessness had taken their place. "I'm trying," he said finally. "I'm trying to get better." Hermione stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. The embrace was warm and familiar, and Harry felt something crack inside him. "We're here for you," she whispered. "We're not going anywhere." Ron joined the hug, his arms wrapping around both of them. "Yeah," he said. "We're here, mate. We're not leaving." Harry closed his eyes and let himself be held. It had been so long since he'd felt this, the warmth of friendship, the comfort of people who cared about him. He thought about Luna. About the letter she'd sent, the one that had told him he wasn't alone. About the way she'd seen the cracks in his armor and pushed through them anyway. "I'm sorry," he said. "For ignoring you. For shutting you out." "It's okay," Hermione said. "We understand." "We don't understand," Ron said bluntly. "But we're not mad. We're just worried." Harry pulled back and looked at his friends. They were the same as they'd always been, Ron with his freckled face and messy hair, Hermione with her bushy hair and earnest expression. They'd been through so much together. They'd survived the war. They'd survived everything. And now they were here. "Come inside," Harry said. I'll make tea. They followed him into the kitchen, their eyes scanning the dusty cabinets and the peeling wallpaper. Ron wrinkled his nose. This place is still a dump, he said. It's home, Harry said. Is it? Hermione asked gently. Are you happy here? Harry considered the question. Happy wasn't the right word. But he wasn't miserable either. He wasn't drowning anymore. I'm getting there, he said. He made tea and they sat at the kitchen table, the familiar warmth of friendship filling the silence. Ron told him about his new job at the ministry, a position in the Auror department that he'd been offered, and had accepted with surprising enthusiasm. Hermione talked about her work with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and her efforts to improve the rights of house elves. I've been working with Kreacher, Harry said. He's not exactly cooperative, but he's gotten better. Kreacher? Ron asked. The same creature who tried to kill us? The same creature who helped us in the war, Harry said. He's changed. A bit. Hermione's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, Harry. That's exactly the kind of work that needs to be done. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. It's not a big deal. It is a big deal, Hermione said firmly. You're making a difference. That's what matters. They talked for hours. The sun set outside the kitchen window, and the shadows grew long. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, the knot of tension that had been there for so long finally beginning to ease. Can we stay? Ron asked eventually. Just for tonight. We don't have to stay longer. Harry's first instinct was to say no, to retreat back into the safety of isolation. But then he thought about the empty rooms, the silence, the weight of being alone. Yeah, he said. That would be good. Hermione beamed. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. And Harry led them to the guest rooms, the house feeling just a little less empty than before. That night, Harry lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet than he was used to. There was someone else in the house, two someones, actually. People who cared about him, who were there for him. He thought about Luna. About the letter she'd sent, the one that had prompted Ron and Hermione to come. She'd known he needed them, even when he hadn't known himself. He sat up and reached for a piece of parchment. Dear Luna. Ron and Hermione came to visit today. They said you sent them. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Part of me is grateful. The other part is embarrassed that you felt you had to step in, but I'm grateful. I think I needed this. I think I needed to see them, I'm trying to get better, Luna. I'm trying to find the small things. It's hard. Sometimes it feels like I'll never get there. But I'm trying, Thank you for not giving up on me. Yours. Harry. He sealed the letter and set it on his bedside table. He'd send it in the morning. He lay back down and closed his eyes. The weight in his chest was still there, but it was lighter now. The shadows were still there, but they didn't feel quite as threatening. He thought about Luna. About her quiet strength and her unwavering kindness. About the way she'd seen him when he was invisible. And he smiled. The next morning, Harry woke to the smell of bacon. He dressed quickly and made his way downstairs, his heart pounding. The kitchen was warm and bright, the fire crackling in the grate. Ron was at the stove, flipping bacon in a frying pan, while Hermione sat at the table, her nose buried in a book. Morning, mate, Ron said. Sleep well? Yeah, Harry said, surprised to find that he meant it. I did. Hermione looked up from her book. That's good. We were thinking we might go into Diagon Alley later. If you're up for it. Harry hesitated. Diagon Alley meant people. People who would look at him and see the boy who lived, the chosen one, the hero of the war. People who would expect him to be something he wasn't. But then he thought about Luna. About the way she told him that the small things matter. About the way she'd encouraged him to keep moving forward. "Sure," he said. "That sounds nice." Ron beamed. Hermione's eyes lit up. And Harry felt a sense of warmth spread through him. He was getting better. He was healing. It wasn't a linear process. There would be bad days and good days, setbacks and progress. But he was moving forward. He thought about Luna again. About the drawing she'd sent him, the one that had captured his smile. He smiled again, feeling it reach his eyes for the first time in months. And for the first time in a long time, Harry Potter felt something that felt a lot like hope. Chapter 4, The Unexpected Visit. The morning sun cast pale golden light through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place, illuminating the dust motes that danced lazily in the air. Harry stood in the kitchen, a cup of tea warming his hands, and watched Ron and Hermione pack their things. "Are you sure you don't want to stay longer?" he asked, trying to keep the disappointment out of his voice. "Wish we could, mate," Ron said, shoving a pair of socks into his bag. "But Mum's been sending owls every hour. She wants us home for Sunday dinner. Something about a new recipe she's been working on." "Ron's been assigned taste tester duty," Hermione added, a smile playing at her lips. "His mother seems to think that because he survived the war, he's earned the right to be her official food critic." "Best job in the world," Ron said, grinning. "Free food and unlimited compliments. What more could a bloke want?" Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face, like a muscle that hadn't been used in a long time. But it was nice. He'd almost forgotten how nice it was. "Thanks for coming," he said. "Really. I needed this." Hermione set down her bag and crossed the room to him. She wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace, and Harry felt the familiar warmth of her presence. "You're our best friend, Harry," she said softly. "We'll always be here for you. You just have to let us in." "I know," Harry said. "I'm working on it." Ron joined them, clapping Harry on the back. "We'll be back soon, mate. And if you need anything, just send an owl. We'll be here faster than you can say, Nargles." "Speaking of which," Hermione said, pulling back, "have you heard from Luna recently?" Harry felt his cheeks flush slightly. "She wrote me a letter. Actually, she's been writing quite a few. And sending drawings. And lists." Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Lists?" "She makes lists of things that make her happy," Harry explained. "She sent me a copy. I've been making my own." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite decipher. "That's lovely, Harry," Hermione said carefully. "Luna's a very unique person." "She's kind," Harry said. "She doesn't judge me. She just accepts me. The way I am." Ron opened his mouth to say something, but Hermione shot him a warning look. He closed it again. "Well," Hermione said briskly, "we should be going. But we'll see you soon, Harry. And remember, you can always write to us. Or come visit. The burrow's always open." "I know," Harry said. "Thank you." He walked them to the front door and watched them disappear through the doorway, their figures growing smaller as they made their way down the street. The door closed behind them with a soft click, and Harry was alone again. The silence settled around him like a familiar blanket. But it wasn't the same oppressive silence that had haunted him for weeks. It was quieter now, softer. Like the house had stopped holding its breath. Harry walked back to the kitchen and poured himself another cup of tea. He sat down at the table and pulled out the list Luna had sent him. "Things That Make Me Smile," by Luna Lovegood. He read it again, his eyes tracing the uneven letters. The list was growing. Every time Luna wrote, she added a new entry. The latest addition was *16. Waking up in a place where I feel safe, asterisk. Harry felt his throat tighten. He wondered where Luna felt safe. He wondered if she ever felt safe at all. He thought about Malfoy Manor. About the dungeons. About the things she'd endured. He thought about the way she'd smiled at him, even though she had every reason not to smile at anyone. He set the list down and reached for a piece of parchment. Dear Luna. Ron and Hermione left today. It was good to see them. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to have people around, I've been thinking about your list. About the small things. It's funny, I used to think that only big things mattered. The war, the battles, the choices. But now I'm starting to see that the small things are just as important, Thank you for showing me that. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling safe, Yours. Harry. He sent the letter with an owl and sat back, watching the bird disappear into the grey London sky. The next few days passed quietly. Harry spent most of his time in the garden, tending to the plants that had grown wild over the years. He'd never been much of a gardener, but Luna's enthusiasm had been contagious. He found himself looking forward to the work, the feel of the soil in his hands, the satisfaction of pulling out a stubborn weed, the quiet joy of watching something grow. One afternoon, he was kneeling in the garden, his hands covered in dirt, when he heard a soft rustling behind him. He turned, expecting to see a bird or perhaps a stray cat. Instead, he saw Luna. She was standing at the garden gate, her bare feet planted on the stone path, her silver eyes bright with amusement. Her hair was tangled and wild, and she was wearing a patchwork dress that looked like it had been made from old curtains. In her hand, she held a small pot containing a plant that seemed to be glowing faintly. "Hello, Harry," she said. "I hope you don't mind me dropping by. I was in the neighborhood, and I thought you might like some company." Harry stared at her, his mouth slightly open. He hadn't expected her. He hadn't expected anyone. But there she was, standing in his garden like she belonged there. "Luna," he finally managed. "What are you doing here?" "I told you," she said, stepping through the gate. "I was in the neighborhood. And I brought you something." She held up the pot. "A moon-petal vine. I thought you might like one for your garden." Harry scrambled to his feet, brushing the dirt from his knees. Thank you. You didn't have to." "I know," Luna said. "I wanted to." She walked over to him and knelt down, pressing the pot into the soil near the spot where she'd planted the first moon-petal vine. Her hands moved with practiced ease, patting the earth around the plant's roots. "The soil here is very good," she said. "The house might be dark, but the earth is full of life. It just needs someone to help it along." Harry knelt beside her, watching her work. "How do you know all this?" Luna shrugged. "I read a lot. And I've always had a connection with plants. They don't judge you the way people do. They just grow." Harry considered her words. "That's true," he said. "Plants don't care who you are. They just exist." "Yes," Luna said. "That's the beauty of them." They worked in silence for a while, planting the moon-petal vine and tending to the other plants in the garden. Harry found himself relaxing in Luna's presence, the familiar weight of his thoughts easing. When they finished, Luna sat back on her heels and surveyed their work. "It's starting to look like a real garden," she said. "You've done a wonderful job." "Thank you," Harry said. "I've had some help." Luna looked at him, and her silver eyes were bright. "I'm glad." They stood up and walked back to the house. Harry made tea, and they sat in the kitchen, the steam curling around their faces. The fire crackled in the grate, casting warm shadows across the walls. "I was thinking about what you said," Harry said. "About the small things. I've been trying to find them. To notice them." "And have you?" Luna asked. Harry paused. I think so. It's hard sometimes. But I've been trying. That's all anyone can ask, Luna said. Trying. Harry nodded. He felt a comfortable silence settle between them. Can I show you something? Luna asked suddenly. Harry looked up. What? Something I've been working on, Luna said. It's not done yet, but I thought you might like to see it. She reached into the pocket of her patchwork dress and pulled out a small notebook. The cover was worn and faded, and the pages were filled with Luna's loopy, uneven handwriting. It's my list, she said. The extended version. I've been adding to it. She handed the notebook to Harry. He opened it and began to read. Things That Make Me Smile, by Luna Lovegood. Asterisk 1. The first cup of tea in the morning asterisk. Asterisk 2. Finding a new type of flower asterisk. Asterisk 3. The way dirigible plums hum when they're happy asterisk. Asterisk 4. Watching the stars come out at night asterisk. Asterisk 5. The feeling of grass under my feet asterisk. Asterisk 6. Remembering something my mother said asterisk. Asterisk 7. When someone says my name like it matters asterisk. Asterisk 8. Fresh bread with honey asterisk. Asterisk 9. The smell of rain asterisk. Asterisk 10. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me asterisk. Asterisk 11. The way Harry's eyes crinkle when he laughs asterisk. Asterisk 12. The first bite of honey on warm toast asterisk. Asterisk 13. The feeling of grass between my toes asterisk. Asterisk 14. The sound of rain on the roof asterisk. Asterisk 15. The way a garden grows asterisk. Asterisk 16. Waking up in a place where I feel safe asterisk. Asterisk 17. The sound of Harry's laugh asterisk. Asterisk 18. Watching the stars come out at night asterisk. Asterisk 19. The first sign of spring asterisk. Asterisk 20. Sitting in comfortable silence with someone you trust asterisk. Harry read the list twice. His throat was tight, and his eyes were burning. Luna, he said. This is just a list, she said. It's not very important. It is important, Harry said. It's incredibly important. It's the most important list I've ever seen. Luna's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you. Harry set the notebook down and looked at her. She was beautiful in the firelight, her silver eyes reflecting the flames. He felt his heart skip a beat. I've been making my own list, he said. It's not very long yet. But I'm adding to it. Luna's eyes lit up. Can I see? Harry hesitated. His list was personal, more personal than anything he'd ever shared with anyone. But something about Luna made him want to share. He pulled a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to her. Things That Make Me Smile, by Harry Potter. Asterisk 1. The first cup of tea in the morning asterisk. Asterisk 2. The feeling of sunlight on my face asterisk. Asterisk 3. Walking through the garden, my hands in the dirt asterisk. Asterisk 4. The sound of Luna's laugh asterisk. Asterisk 5. Sitting in comfortable silence with someone I trust asterisk. Asterisk 6. Watching things grow asterisk. Asterisk 7. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me asterisk. Luna read the list slowly, her eyes moving across the words. When she finished, she looked up at him. This is beautiful, Harry. It's not very long, Harry said. It doesn't need to be long, Luna said. It just needs to be yours. Harry nodded. He felt a warmth in his chest that he hadn't felt in a long time. Can I add something to it? Luna asked. Harry blinked. What? Luna reached for his quill and dipped it in the ink. She wrote something at the bottom of the list, her handwriting careful and precise. When she handed the list back, Harry saw that she'd added. *8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking, *. Harry stared at the words. His heart was pounding, his breath coming in short gasps. Luna, he said. I know it's not a small thing, Luna said. But I thought it deserved a place on the list. Harry didn't know what to say. He looked at her, at the way her silver eyes were fixed on him, at the way her lips were curved in a gentle smile. Thank you, he finally managed. It's a good addition. Luna smiled wider. I'm glad. They sat in the kitchen, the fire crackling between them, the silence comfortable and warm. The hours passed. The sun set outside the window, and the shadows grew long. Harry and Luna talked about everything and nothing, about the war, about the future, about the small things that made life worth living. Harry found himself opening up to her in ways he'd never opened up to anyone. He told her about his childhood, about the Dursleys, about the loneliness that had followed him his entire life. He told her about the war, about the weight of being the chosen one, about the lives that had been lost. He told her about his parents. About the sacrifice they'd made. About the guilt he still carried, even though he knew he shouldn't. Luna listened without judgment. Her silver eyes were steady, her attention focused entirely on him. She didn't offer solutions or platitudes. She just listened. Sometimes I feel like I can't breathe, Harry admitted. Like the weight of everything is crushing me. And I don't know how to make it stop. I understand, Luna said. It's like being underwater. Everything is dark and muffled, and you're struggling to find the surface. Yes, Harry said. Exactly that. But the surface is always there, Luna said. Even when you can't see it. Even when you feel like you'll never reach it. It's there. Harry looked at her. How do you know? Luna smiled. Because I've been underwater too. And I found the surface. Harry felt something shift inside him. It was like a door opening, a window letting in fresh air. He didn't fully understand what he was feeling, but it was something. Something good. I'm glad you came, he said. Today. I'm glad you're here. Luna reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were cool and soft, her grip gentle. I'm glad I'm here too, she said. They sat in silence, their hands joined, the fire crackling between them. And Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. He felt peace. Later that night, Harry walked Luna to the door. The street outside was dark, the streetlights casting pools of golden light on the pavement. I should be going, Luna said. My father will be wondering where I am. Harry nodded. Thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing the plant. Thank you for everything. Luna smiled. You're welcome, Harry. I'll write to you. And I'll visit again soon. I'd like that, Harry said. Luna stepped forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek. It was light and quick, barely a brush of her lips against his skin. But Harry felt it all the way down to his toes. Good night, Harry, Luna said. Good night, Luna, Harry managed. He watched her walk away, her bare feet silent on the pavement. She disappeared around the corner, and Harry stood in the doorway, his hand raised in farewell. The house was quiet when he closed the door. But it wasn't the same oppressive silence that had haunted him for weeks. It was different, now. Softer. Warmer. Harry walked back to the kitchen and sat down at the table. The list was still lying there, Luna's addition at the bottom. *8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking, *. He read the words again. His heart was full, his chest warm. He thought about the drawing Luna had sent him, the one that captured his smile. He thought about the list she'd made, the small things that made her happy. He thought about the way she'd looked at him, the way she'd seen him when he felt invisible. He thought about the kiss on his cheek. The way it had felt like a promise. Maybe, he thought, there was a future after all. Maybe, he thought, he was beginning to heal. The smile on his face felt different this time. More permanent. More real. He was falling, he realized. Not into darkness, but into something else. Something light and warm and full of possibility. He was falling for Luna Lovegood. And for the first time in a long time, Harry Potter didn't want to catch himself. Chapter 5, A Walk Instead of Words. The morning after Luna's visit, Harry woke with a strange sensation in his chest, a lightness that he hadn't felt in months, maybe years. The gray light filtering through the grimy windows seemed softer somehow, less oppressive. The dust motes dancing in the air looked like tiny stars. He lay in bed for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, and let himself feel it. This fragile, tentative thing that might have been hope. He thought about Luna. About the way she'd looked at him across the kitchen table, her silver eyes warm and steady. About the way she'd taken his hand, her fingers cool against his skin. About the way she'd kissed his cheek, soft and quick, like a promise of something more. He thought about the list she'd added to. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking. The words echoed in his mind, and he felt a smile spread across his face, a real smile, not the forced imitation he'd been wearing for weeks. He got out of bed and dressed quickly, his movements lighter than they'd been in a long time. The house was still quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet now, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of peace. In the kitchen, Harry made tea and sat at the table, the steam curling around his face. He pulled out his list, the one Luna had added to, and read it again. Things That Make Me Smile, by Harry Potter. Asterisk 1. The first cup of tea in the morning asterisk. Asterisk 2. The feeling of sunlight on my face asterisk. Asterisk 3. Walking through the garden, my hands in the dirt asterisk. Asterisk 4. The sound of Luna's laugh asterisk. Asterisk 5. Sitting in comfortable silence with someone I trust asterisk. Asterisk 6. Watching things grow asterisk. Asterisk 7. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me asterisk. Asterisk 8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking asterisk. He traced the last line with his finger, feeling the faint indentation of the ink on the parchment. He'd read it 100 times, and it still made his heart race. He was falling for her. There was no point in denying it. The question was, what was he going to do about it? The answer came in the form of an owl tapping at the kitchen window. Harry looked up, startled. The owl was small and brown, with large, intelligent eyes that seemed to be assessing him. It held a letter in its beak, the envelope pale green and familiar. Luna's handwriting. Harry opened the window and took the letter, his fingers trembling slightly. The owl hooted softly and flew away, disappearing into the grey London sky. He unfolded the letter and began to read. Dear Harry. Asterisk I had a lovely time yesterday. I've been thinking about it all morning, the garden, the tea, the way you looked at me like I was something important. It made me feel warm inside, asterisk. Asterisk I was wondering if you might like to go for a walk with me today. There's a place I want to show you. It's not far from here, and I think you might like it, asterisk. I'll be at your door at noon. Yours. Luna. Harry read the letter twice, a grin spreading across his face. He looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. It was 10:30. He had an hour and a half to get ready. He'd never been so excited about a walk in his life. At exactly noon, the doorbell rang. Harry had been standing in the hallway for the past 10 minutes, his hand hovering over the doorknob, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd changed his robes 3 times, finally settling on a simple pair of Muggle jeans and a jumper that Ginny had given him years ago. He didn't know why he'd bothered. Luna had never cared about what he wore, but he wanted to look nice for her. He opened the door. Luna was standing on the doorstep, her bare feet planted on the cold stone, her silver eyes bright with anticipation. She was wearing a dress made of what looked like old tea towels, patches of different colors and patterns sewn together in a chaotic but oddly beautiful arrangement. Her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders in waves, and she was holding a small basket in her hands. "Hello, Harry," she said. "You look nice." Harry felt his cheeks flush. "Thank you. You look lovely." Luna's smile widened. "Thank you." She stepped inside and set the basket on the floor. Harry peered at it. It was filled with sandwiches and what looked like homemade scones, and there was a flask that smelled faintly of pumpkin juice. "I thought we could have a picnic," Luna said. "The place I want to show you is perfect for picnics." Harry smiled. "That sounds wonderful." He grabbed his cloak and followed her out of the house, closing the door behind them. The street was quiet, the sky a pale, watery blue. A few clouds drifted lazily overhead, and the air was crisp and cool. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "It's a surprise," Luna said. "You'll see when we get there." They walked in comfortable silence, Luna leading the way through the winding streets of London. She seemed to know exactly where she was going, her bare feet silent on the pavement. Harry followed her, his hands in his pockets, his mind at ease. They passed through a small park, the grass still damp with morning dew. Luna paused to pick a wildflower, a tiny purple bloom that she tucked behind her ear. She smiled at him, and Harry felt his heart skip a beat. "Almost there," she said. They turned down a narrow alley, the buildings on either side casting long shadows. At the end of the alley was a small, wrought iron gate, its bars covered in climbing roses. Luna pushed it open, and Harry followed her through. The garden that unfolded before him was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was hidden, tucked away between 2 buildings, completely invisible from the street. The walls were covered in ivy, and the ground was a riot of color, flowers of every hue, their petals vibrant and alive. A small fountain burbled in the center, the water catching the sunlight and scattering it like diamonds. Butterflies fluttered between the blooms, their wings a kaleidoscope of patterns. Harry stopped, his breath catching in his throat. "Luna, what is this place?" Luna turned to him, her silver eyes bright with joy. "It's my secret garden. I found it years ago, when I was walking through London. I think it was abandoned at some point, but I've been taking care of it. It's my little piece of peace." Harry looked around, taking in the beauty of the space. The flowers were carefully tended, the paths swept clean, the fountain sparkling. It was like stepping into another world. "It's beautiful," he said. "I can't believe you found this place." "I can't believe I found you," Luna said. Harry turned to her, his heart pounding. "What do you mean?" Luna stepped closer, her silver eyes fixed on his. "I've been searching for something my whole life," she said. "Something that would make me feel whole. I thought it was in the flowers, or the gardens, or the strange creatures I write about. But I was wrong." She reached out and took his hand. "It's you," she said. "You're the thing I was looking for." Harry stared at her, his mind reeling. The words hung in the air between them, fragile and precious, like a soap bubble that might burst at any moment. "Luna," he said, his voice rough. "I don't know what to say." "Then don't say anything," Luna said. "Just walk with me." She led him through the garden, her hand still in his. They walked in silence, the flowers swaying in the breeze, the fountain burbling softly. Harry felt the tension in his shoulders ease, felt the weight of the world lift from his shoulders. They found a spot near the fountain, a patch of grass that was soft and green. Luna spread out a blanket, she'd somehow packed it in the basket without Harry noticing, and they sat down, the basket between them. "I made sandwiches," Luna said. "And scones. And I brought some pumpkin juice." Harry smiled. "You thought of everything." "I try," Luna said. They ate in companionable silence, the food simple but delicious. The scones were slightly burnt, and the sandwiches were a bit lopsided, but Harry didn't care. He was eating with Luna, in a secret garden, and that was enough. When they finished, they lay back on the blanket, staring up at the sky. The clouds drifted overhead, their shapes ever changing. "I used to come here when I was sad," Luna said. "After my mother died. I'd sit by the fountain and watch the water, and I'd think about her. I'd think about all the things she'd never get to see." Harry turned his head to look at her. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," Luna said. "She's not gone. She's just different. Like the flowers. They die in the winter, but they come back in the spring." Harry thought about his own parents. About the way he'd never really known them, never had the chance to say goodbye. "Do you think they're watching us?" he asked. "The people who died?" Luna was silent for a moment. "I think they're part of us," she said. "They live on in our memories, in our hearts. And maybe, somehow, they're watching. I like to think they are." Harry felt something ease inside him. A knot he hadn't even known was there, loosening. "I never really talked to anyone about this," he said. "About my parents. About all the people I lost. It was always too hard." "But you're talking to me," Luna said. "Yes," Harry said. "Because you make it easy." Luna turned her head to look at him, her silver eyes bright. "I'm glad." Harry reached out and took her hand. She didn't pull away. Instead, she laced her fingers through his, their hands resting on the blanket between them. They lay in silence, watching the clouds drift overhead. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The fountain burbled softly, its water catching the light like liquid gold. Harry felt at peace. Not the hollow emptiness he'd been carrying for weeks, but something deeper. Something real. "Luna," he said softly. "Yes." "What happens now? After all of this? After the war, and the healing, and everything?" Luna considered the question. "I don't know," she said. "I think we just keep going. One day at a time. One small thing at a time." Harry nodded. "That sounds good." "It does," Luna agreed. They lay in silence for a while longer, the garden wrapping around them like a protective embrace. Harry felt his eyes grow heavy, his body relaxing into the soft grass. He fell asleep, his hand still holding Luna's, the sound of the fountain in his ears. When he woke, the sun had shifted, casting long shadows across the garden. Luna was sitting beside him, her knees drawn up to her chest, her eyes fixed on the fountain. "Sorry," Harry said, his voice groggy. "I didn't mean to fall asleep." "Don't apologize," Luna said. "You needed it. The Nargles told me." Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Did you sleep too?" "No," Luna said. "I wanted to keep watch. The Nargles are very protective, but they can't always be trusted to spot danger." Harry smiled. "Thank you for keeping watch." "You're welcome," Luna said. They packed up the remnants of their picnic and made their way back through the garden, the wrought iron gate closing behind them with a soft click. The alley was still dark, the shadows long and deep. "The garden will always be here," Luna said. "If you ever need a place to hide." Harry looked at her. "Thank you. For sharing it with me. For sharing everything with me." Luna smiled. "Thank you for letting me." They walked back to Grimmauld Place, the streets quiet in the late afternoon light. The house was dark when they arrived, the windows reflecting the sky like mirrors. Harry opened the door and stepped inside, Luna following close behind. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" he asked. "I can make something." Luna tilted her head. "Are you offering to cook for me?" "I'm offering to try," Harry said. "I can't promise it'll be edible, but I can promise I'll do my best." Luna laughed, a bright, joyful sound that filled the hallway. "I'd love to stay for dinner." The kitchen was warm and cozy, the fire crackling in the grate. Harry cooked, or tried to, while Luna sat at the table, watching him with an amused expression. "I'm not very good at this," Harry admitted, stirring a pot that contained what was supposed to be soup. "You're doing fine," Luna said. "The Nargles are impressed." Harry snorted. "The Nargles are impressed?" "They're always impressed when someone tries," Luna said. "They think effort is very important." Harry shook his head, a smile on his face. "You're incredible, Luna. You know that?" Luna's cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you." They ate dinner, the soup turned out better than expected, and the bread was fresh from a nearby bakery, and talked about everything and nothing. Harry felt the walls around his heart crumbling, piece by piece, and he didn't want to rebuild them. When the meal was over, Harry walked Luna to the door. The street outside was dark, the streetlights casting pools of golden light on the pavement. "Thank you for today," Harry said. "For the garden. For the walk. For everything." "Thank you for coming," Luna said. "I was worried you might not want to." "I wanted to," Harry said. "I'll always want to." Luna stepped closer, her silver eyes fixed on his. "I'll write to you," she said. "And I'll visit again soon." "I'd like that," Harry said. Luna reached up and brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, her fingers trailing across his scar. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. "I'll see you soon, Harry," she said. And then she was gone, disappearing into the darkness, her bare feet silent on the pavement. Harry stood in the doorway, watching her go. The house was quiet behind him, but it wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the silence of peace. He closed the door and walked back to the kitchen. The dishes were still on the table, the fire still crackling in the grate. He sat down and pulled out his list, reading it one more time. *8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking. He smiled, his heart full. Tomorrow, he would write to her. Tomorrow, he would tell her what she meant to him. But for tonight, he would hold this moment close, safe and warm. The ghosts of the past were still there, lurking at the edges of his consciousness. The grief and guilt and pain were still there. But for the first time in a long time, Harry felt like he could face them. Luna was right. The small things mattered. And she was the most important small thing in his life. Chapter 6, Breakfast with Nargles. The morning light was soft and golden when Harry woke, filtering through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place like honey through a sieve. For a long moment, he lay still, letting the warmth wash over him, feeling the unfamiliar sensation of rest spreading through his limbs. He'd slept through the night. No nightmares. No waking in a cold sweat, reaching for his wand. Just deep, dreamless sleep that had wrapped around him like a cocoon. He sat up slowly, testing the feeling. His body felt heavy but not in the bone-deep exhaustion way it had for weeks. This was different, the comfortable weight of someone who'd actually rested. The house was quiet, but it was a gentle quiet, not the oppressive silence that had haunted him before. He could hear the faint chirping of birds outside, the distant rumble of London traffic, the creak of old wood settling. And something else. A soft humming, coming from somewhere downstairs. Harry's heart quickened. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and padded to the door, his bare feet silent on the cold floorboards. The humming grew louder as he descended the stairs, a tuneless melody that seemed to float through the air like dandelion seeds. He followed the sound to the kitchen. Luna was there. She was standing at the stove, her back to him, her dirty blonde hair cascading down her shoulders in soft waves. She was wearing the same patchwork dress from yesterday, and her bare feet were planted on the cold stone floor. In her hand, she held a wooden spoon, which she was using to stir something in a pot that smelled faintly of cinnamon and honey. "Good morning, Harry," she said, without turning around. "I hope you don't mind. I let myself in." The door was unlocked. Harry blinked. No, of course I don't mind. But how did you know I was awake?" "I heard your footsteps," Luna said. "They were lighter than usual." "That's a good sign." She turned to face him, and Harry felt his breath catch. Her silver eyes were bright with happiness, and there was a smudge of flour on her cheek. She looked utterly at home in his kitchen, as if she'd always been there. "Come sit down," she said. "I'm making pancakes. They're not very good, I'm not a very good cook, but I thought we could have breakfast together." Harry walked to the table and sat down, his eyes fixed on her. "You came all this way just to make me breakfast?" "It's not far," Luna said. "And I wanted to see you. I was thinking about you last night, and I thought, Luna, you should go see Harry in the morning." "So I did." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. That's really thoughtful of you." "I thought so too," Luna agreed. She turned back to the stove, humming softly, and Harry watched her work. There was something mesmerizing about the way she moved, fluid and unhurried, as if she had all the time in the world. She flipped a pancake with practiced ease, then another, stacking them on a plate that was already piled high. "I may have made too many," she admitted. "But I got carried away." The Nargles were very encouraging. "The Nargles?" Harry repeated, a smile tugging at his lips. "They're very supportive of culinary endeavors," Luna said. "They believe that food is a form of love." She brought the plate to the table and set it down, along with a jar of honey and a pot of tea. The pancakes were slightly lopsided and unevenly cooked, but they smelled wonderful, warm and sweet and comforting. Harry reached for a pancake and drizzled honey over it. The first bite was heaven, soft and fluffy, the honey sweet and golden. "These are amazing," he said. Luna beamed. "Really?" "Really," Harry said. "I haven't had pancakes like this since Molly Weasley used to make them." Luna sat across from him, a pancake of her own in her hands. She took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. "They're a little burnt on the edges." "I like them that way," Harry said. Luna's smile widened. "Good. I'll remember that." They ate in comfortable silence, the morning light streaming through the window. Harry felt the walls around his heart continue to crumble, piece by piece, and he didn't want to rebuild them. "This is nice," he said finally. "Having breakfast with you." "It is nice," Luna agreed. "I was thinking we could make it a regular thing. Breakfast, I mean. Not necessarily every day, but often enough that it becomes a habit." Harry paused mid-bite. "A habit?" "Small rituals," Luna said. "Things that anchor us to the world. I find them very helpful." Harry thought about the list he'd been keeping. The small things that made him smile. Breakfast with Luna would definitely make the list. "I'd like that," he said. "I'd like that a lot." Luna's eyes sparkled. "Good." They finished breakfast, and Luna insisted on helping with the dishes. They stood side by side at the sink, their shoulders brushing, the warm water soothing Harry's hands. Luna hummed softly, the same tuneless melody from before. "Can I ask you something?" Harry said. "Of course. Why do you believe in Nargles? And dirigible plums? And all the other creatures you talk about?" Luna considered the question seriously. "Because believing in them makes the world more beautiful," she said. "When I see a Nargle, I see something wonderful. When I see a dirigible plum, I see something that hums with joy. And when I see you, Harry, I see someone who deserves to believe in beautiful things too. Harry felt his throat tighten. I don't know if I can believe in things like that. Then start small, Luna said. Believe in this morning. Believe in the way the light falls on the table. Believe in the way the tea tastes. The big things are hard, but the small things are easy. Harry looked at her, at the earnest expression on her face, and felt something shift inside him. I believe in this, he said. I believe in you. Luna's cheeks flushed pink. That's a good start. They finished the dishes and walked into the garden, the sun warming their faces. The moonpetal vines had grown since Luna had planted them, their blue leaves glowing softly in the daylight. I'll have to show you how to care for them properly, Luna said. They're delicate, but they'll reward you if you treat them well. Harry knelt beside her, watching as she gently touched one of the leaves. What do they need? Sunlight, obviously. But not too much. They prefer dappled shade, like the kind you get from a tree canopy. And they need to be watered every other day, but not too much, they hate soggy roots. She looked at him, a sly smile on her face. They're a bit like people, really. They need the right balance of light and water, and someone who pays attention to them. Like me? Harry asked. Yes, Luna said. Like you. They worked in the garden for a while, pulling weeds and tending to the plants. Harry found himself relaxing into the rhythm of the work, the feel of the earth beneath his fingers grounding him. Harry, Luna said suddenly. He looked up. Yes. I want to tell you something. It's important. Harry set down his trowel and faced her. I'm listening. Luna was quiet for a moment, her silver eyes fixed on the ground. After the war, I had a hard time. Just like you. I had nightmares. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing things that had happened, things I'd survived. It was like the war was still going on inside my head. Harry felt his heart ache for her. Luna. But I found a way through, she continued. I found the garden. I found my lists. And I found you. She looked up at him, her eyes bright. You helped me, Harry. Even when you didn't know it. The way you looked at me like I mattered, like I wasn't just the strange girl who believed in things that didn't exist. That meant everything to me. Harry reached out and took her hand. You're not strange. You're wonderful. You're the most wonderful person I know. Luna's smile was radiant. Thank you. They sat in the garden, their hands intertwined, the sunlight warm on their faces. The morning passed in a blur of small moments. Luna showed Harry how to properly prune the rose bushes, her hands gentle and sure. She pointed out a cluster of mushrooms growing near the stone wall, explaining that they were edible and could be used in soups. She told him about her father's latest article for the Quibbler, a piece about the mating habits of crumplehorn snorkax that she'd helped research. Harry listened to everything she said, his heart full. There was something about her voice that made the world feel lighter, more manageable. She had a way of making even the strangest things seem ordinary. I've been thinking, Luna said, as they sat on the stone bench near the fountain. About what we talked about. The lists. The small things. Harry nodded. I've been thinking about them too. I was wondering if you'd like to see something, Luna said. Something I've been working on. What is it? Luna reached into her pocket and pulled out a small book, the same worn notebook she'd shown him before. But this time. It was fuller, the pages thick with her loopy handwriting. I've been keeping a journal, she said. Sort of. It's more like a collection of thoughts. Things I've noticed. Things I've wondered. Things that make me feel less alone. She handed the book to him. You can read it if you want. But you don't have to. I just wanted to share it with you. Harry opened the book. The first page was covered in doodles, small flowers and stars and creatures that might have been nargles. Luna's handwriting was scattered across the page, each thought its own little island. The sky is blue today, like a promise. I wonder if the nargles know how lucky they are, to see the world from above. Asterisk the moonpetal vines bloomed last night. They looked like moonlight come to life, asterisk. Asterisk I saw Harry today. He smiled. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, asterisk. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He looked up at Luna, his eyes wide. You wrote about me. Luna's cheeks flushed. I write about a lot of things. Harry turned the page. More doodles. More thoughts. Asterisk I think everyone deserves someone who sees them. Who really sees them. Not the person they pretend to be, but the person they are, asterisk. Asterisk I see Harry. I see him clearly. And what I see is beautiful, asterisk. I hope he sees me too. Harry closed the book, his hands trembling. Luna, this is. I know it's silly, Luna said quickly. I wanted you to know. How I feel. Luna. Harry reached out and took her hand. I see you. I see you clearly. And you're the most beautiful person I've ever known. Luna looked at him, her silver eyes bright with unshed tears. Really? Really, Harry said. I've never met anyone like you. You make me want to be better. You make me want to try. I don't know what I'd do without you. Luna squeezed his hand. You won't have to find out. I'm not going anywhere. They sat in silence, the garden wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Harry felt his heart swell with emotion, a feeling so powerful and pure that it almost hurt. I think I'm falling in love with you, he said. Luna smiled, radiant and bright. I know. I'm falling in love with you too. Harry leaned forward and pressed his forehead to hers, their breath mingling. The moment was fragile and precious, and he wanted to hold on to it forever. Small things, he whispered. We'll build our life on small things. Small things, Luna agreed. And each other. Later that day, they went back inside the house. The kitchen was still warm from breakfast, the smell of honey and cinnamon lingering in the air. I should be going soon, Luna said reluctantly. My father will be wondering where I am. Can I see you tomorrow? Harry asked. Luna smiled. I'd like that. I'll come for breakfast again. I'll make pancakes this time, Harry promised. I'll even try not to burn them. Luna laughed. I'll bring the nargles. They're excellent taste testers. Harry walked her to the door, his hand still in hers. The street outside was quiet, the afternoon sun casting long shadows. I'll see you tomorrow, Luna said. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek, soft and warm. Harry felt the tingle of it spread through his entire body. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Luna. He watched her walk away, her bare feet silent on the pavement. The house was quiet behind him, but it wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the silence of peace, of joy, of something new and wonderful beginning. Harry closed the door and leaned against it, a smile spreading across his face. He thought about Luna's journal. About the words she'd written about him. About the way she saw him, really saw him, and loved him anyway. He thought about the future. About breakfasts and gardens and lists of small things. About a life with Luna, built on moments of joy and comfort and peace. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. But it was real, and it was theirs. And that was enough. He walked to the kitchen and sat down, pulling out his own list. He added a new entry. Asterisk 9. Breakfast with Luna, asterisk. Asterisk 10. The way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking, asterisk. Asterisk 11. Knowing that she sees me. All of me. And loves me anyway, asterisk. Harry set the list down and looked out the window. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The future was uncertain. There would be challenges ahead, heartaches and struggles and moments of doubt. But for the first time in a long time, Harry felt ready to face them. He had his lists. He had his garden. He had Luna. And that was enough. More than enough. Chapter 7, The Garden of Forgotten Things. Harry woke before dawn the next morning, his body thrumming with an energy he hadn't felt in years. The grey light filtering through the grimy windows was barely perceptible, but he was already wide awake, his mind racing with thoughts of Luna. He lay in bed for a few moments, letting the feeling wash over him, the anticipation of seeing her again, the warmth that spread through his chest whenever he thought of her silver eyes and gentle smile. It was a strange feeling, unfamiliar and exhilarating, like discovering a new room in a house he'd thought he knew. He dressed quickly and made his way to the kitchen, determined to keep his promise about making pancakes. The house was still quiet, the shadows long and deep, but Harry moved with purpose, gathering ingredients and equipment with a sense of determination. The pancakes were edible. Slightly burned on one side, a bit undercooked on the other, but edible. Harry set them on a plate and arranged them as neatly as he could, hoping Luna wouldn't notice the imperfections. He was still fussing with the arrangement when he heard the soft tap at the door. His heart leaped. He crossed the kitchen in 3 quick strides and pulled the door open. Luna stood on the doorstep, her silver eyes bright with anticipation. She was wearing a different dress today, a soft blue one that seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. Her hair was braided with small white flowers, and her bare feet were planted on the cold stone. "Good morning, Harry," she said. "I brought something." She held out a small jar filled with a golden liquid that seemed to glow faintly. Harry took it, examining it curiously. "It's honey," Luna said. "From my father's bees. They're very happy bees. They sing when they work." Harry smiled. "Singing bees?" "Of course. They're very talented," Luna said seriously. "They have perfect pitch." He stepped aside to let her in, and she swept past him, her dress brushing against his legs. She walked to the kitchen and stopped at the sight of the pancakes. "You made breakfast," she said, her voice full of wonder. "I promised I would," Harry said. "They're not perfect, but I tried." Luna turned to him, her silver eyes soft. "That's all that matters." She sat at the table, and Harry joined her, pouring 2 cups of tea. They ate in comfortable silence, the pancakes disappearing quickly despite their imperfections. "These are good," Luna said. "The Nargles approve." Harry grinned. "High praise indeed." After breakfast, Luna reached into her pocket and pulled out a small notebook, different from the one she'd shown him before. This one was covered in what looked like pressed flowers, their colors faded but still beautiful. "I want to show you something," she said. "A place I've been working on. It's not finished yet, but I think you'll like it." Harry's curiosity was piqued. "Another garden?" "A different kind of garden," Luna said. "I call it the Garden of Forgotten Things." They walked through the streets of London, Luna leading the way with her usual quiet confidence. The morning sun was beginning to warm the air, and the city was coming to life around them, shopkeepers opening their doors, children heading to school, birds chirping in the trees. Harry followed Luna through a maze of narrow streets, past buildings that looked like they'd been there for centuries. She stopped in front of a small, unassuming door set into a brick wall, its paint peeling and its hinges rusted. "This is it," she said. Harry looked at the door, then at her. "It's small." "The best things often are," Luna said. She pushed the door open, and Harry followed her through. The space beyond was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was a courtyard, open to the sky, surrounded by walls that were covered in ivy and climbing roses. But it wasn't the plants that drew his attention, it was the objects. The courtyard was filled with things. Old things, forgotten things, things that had been abandoned by the world. Broken furniture, rusted tools, chipped pottery, faded photographs. They were arranged in careful patterns, each object seemingly placed with intention and care. A grandfather clock with no hands stood in one corner, its face cracked and weathered. A collection of glass bottles hung from a wooden frame, catching the sunlight and scattering it like prisms. A birdcage with a broken door sat on a stone pedestal, its bars rusted but its shape still elegant. "Luna," Harry breathed. "What is this place?" "It's a garden for forgotten things," Luna said. "Things that no one wants anymore. Things that have been discarded, left behind, ignored. I find them and give them a new home." She walked to the grandfather clock and ran her fingers over its face. This clock was in a shop window for years. No one bought it. The shopkeeper was going to throw it away, but I asked if I could have it. Now it sits here, marking time in its own way. Harry walked through the courtyard, his eyes wide with wonder. He saw a child's wooden horse, its paint worn but its spirit intact. A collection of teacups, each one chipped or cracked, arranged on a shelf like soldiers. A portrait of a woman, her face faded but her eyes still bright. "It's beautiful," he said. "I've never seen anything like it." Luna smiled. "I find that things have stories, Harry. Even the smallest, most forgotten things. They've been loved, or used, or cherished. And when they're discarded, it's like the world is forgetting their stories. I try to remember them." Harry turned to her, his heart full. "You're incredible, Luna. You know that?" Her cheeks flushed. "I just like to take care of things." "That's exactly what I mean," Harry said. They walked through the garden together, and Luna told him the stories of the objects she'd collected. The wooden horse had belonged to a little girl who'd grown up and forgotten it. The teacups had been part of a set that had been broken during a wedding. The portrait was of a woman who'd been a famous actress in her youth, but who'd been forgotten as she aged. "Do you ever think about being forgotten?" Harry asked. "About being one of these things?" Luna considered the question. "I used to worry about it," she admitted. "When my mother died, I was terrified that I'd forget her. That her stories would disappear. That she'd become one of the forgotten things." She paused, her silver eyes distant. "But I realized that as long as I remember her, she's not forgotten. And as long as I tell her stories, she lives on." Harry thought about his parents. About Sirius. About all the people he'd loved and lost. "Sometimes I'm afraid I'll forget them too," he said. "Their faces. Their voices. The sound of their laughter." Luna reached out and took his hand. "Then we'll remember them together. We'll tell their stories. We'll keep them alive." Harry squeezed her hand, feeling a warmth spread through him. "Thank you." "Always," Luna said. They spent the morning in the garden of forgotten things. Luna showed Harry her favorite objects, a music box that still played a haunting melody, a book of poetry with pages so fragile they crumbled at the touch, a collection of seashells from a beach that no longer existed. Harry helped her tend to the plants that grew among the forgotten things, weeds that had become flowers, vines that had learned to climb. He felt a sense of purpose, a connection to the world that he hadn't felt in months. "There's something about this place," he said. "It feels peaceful." "It's full of stories," Luna said. "Stories of love and loss and hope. Those things are always peaceful, even when they're sad." Harry nodded, understanding what she meant. The sadness was still there, the grief and the pain. But it was quieter now, less overwhelming. Like the objects in the garden, it had found a place to rest. "I want to add something," Harry said suddenly. Luna looked at him, her head tilted. Add something to the garden. A forgotten thing of my own. Luna's eyes lit up. What is it? Harry thought for a moment. My first wand. The one that belonged to my father. It broke during the war, and I couldn't fix it. I've kept it, but I never knew what to do with it. Luna's expression softened. That's a perfect addition. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out his wand, or what was left of it. The wood was broken, the phoenix feather inside exposed and dull. He'd carried it with him since the war, a reminder of everything he'd lost and everything he'd survived. He held it out to Luna. Will you help me find a place for it? Luna took the wand gently, her fingers tracing its broken surface. Of course. She led him to a small alcove in the garden, a space between two flowering bushes. There was a stone pedestal there, its surface worn and weathered. This spot is perfect, she said. It's quiet. Peaceful. A place of remembrance. Harry nodded, his throat tight. He took the wand from Luna and placed it on the pedestal, his fingers lingering on the broken wood. Thank you, he said softly. For this. For everything. Luna stepped closer, her silver eyes fixed on his. Thank you for trusting me. They stood in silence, the garden of forgotten things wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders, a burden he'd been carrying for longer than he could remember. Luna, he said. I want to tell you something. Yes. I love you. The words hung in the air between them, fragile and precious. Luna's silver eyes widened, and a smile spread across her face. I love you too, Harry. And she leaned forward and kissed him. It was a soft kiss, gentle and warm, like the first ray of sunlight after a long storm. Harry felt his heart soar, felt the world shift around him, felt everything fall into place. When they pulled apart, Luna's cheeks were flushed, but her smile was radiant. I've been wanting to do that for a while, she admitted. Harry laughed, a sound of pure joy. I've been wanting you to do that for a while. They stood in the garden, their hands intertwined, the forgotten things all around them. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling of belonging that he'd never quite experienced before. I don't know what the future holds, he said. But I know I want to face it with you. Luna squeezed his hand. Then we'll face it together. They spent the rest of the day in the garden, tending to the plants and the forgotten things. Harry felt a sense of purpose that he hadn't felt in months, a connection to the world that made him feel alive. As the sun began to set, they sat on a stone bench, watching the colors paint the sky. The forgotten things were bathed in golden light, their stories illuminated for a brief moment before the darkness fell. I'm glad we found each other, Harry said. I don't know what I'd do without you. Luna leaned her head on his shoulder. You'd find a way. You're strong, Harry. Stronger than you know. Maybe, Harry said. But I don't want to find a way without you. Luna smiled. Then you won't have to. They sat in silence, the garden settling around them. Harry felt the weight of the past begin to lift, the shadows recede. He knew there would still be challenges ahead, the guilt, the grief, the memories that haunted him. But with Luna beside him, he felt ready to face them. This was the beginning, he realized. The beginning of something new, something beautiful. A life built on small things and quiet moments and the love of a woman who saw him clearly. It was everything he'd ever wanted. Everything he'd ever needed. And it was just the beginning. Chapter 8, Rebuilding, one cup of tea at a time. The days that followed Luna's visit fell into a gentle rhythm, like the steady beat of a heart learning to trust again. Harry woke each morning to the soft grey light filtering through the windows of Grimmauld Place, and for the first time in months, he didn't dread the day ahead. There was something to look forward to now, small things, yes, but they were enough. A cup of tea brewed just right. The sight of the moonpetal vines unfurling their blue leaves in the garden. The memory of Luna's kiss, soft and warm, lingering on his lips like a promise. He'd started to notice things he'd never noticed before. The way the morning light caught the dust motes dancing in the air. The way the old house seemed to breathe around him, its creaks and groans no longer threatening but comforting. The way the world outside the grimy windows continued to turn, indifferent and beautiful. Harry made tea. He sat at the kitchen table, the steam curling around his face, and he thought about the future. Not the grand, sweeping future of prophecies and battles, but the small, ordinary future. The kind of future that involved breakfasts and gardens and walks through the city with someone who mattered. He was rebuilding his life, he realized. One cup of tea at a time. Luna came by 3 days later, just as the morning sun was beginning to warm the cold stone of the house. Harry heard her before he saw her, her soft humming, the tuneless melody that seemed to follow her everywhere. "Good morning, Harry," she said, stepping through the kitchen door. Her bare feet were damp with dew, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. She was carrying a small pot containing a plant he didn't recognize. Its leaves were silver, and they seemed to shimmer in the light. "I brought you something," she said. "It's a silverleaf fern. They're very good at absorbing negative energy. I thought you might like one." Harry took the pot from her, his fingers brushing against hers. "Thank you. It's beautiful." "It's for you," Luna said. "To help with the healing." Harry set the pot on the windowsill, where the morning light could reach it. The leaves caught the light and scattered it like tiny stars. "Would you like some tea?" he asked. "I'd love some." They sat at the kitchen table, their hands wrapped around warm cups, the steam rising between them. Harry watched Luna as she sipped her tea, her silver eyes distant and thoughtful. "I was thinking about the small things," he said. "About the list you gave me. I've been adding to it." Luna set down her cup, her eyes bright with interest. "Can I see?" Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the crumpled piece of parchment. He'd been carrying it with him everywhere, adding entries as they came to him. "Things That Make Me Smile," by Harry Potter. *1. The first cup of tea in the morning*. *2. The feeling of sunlight on my face*. *3. Walking through the garden, my hands in the dirt*. *4. The sound of Luna's laugh*. *5. Sitting in comfortable silence with someone I trust*. *6. Watching things grow*. *7. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me*. *8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking*. *9. Breakfast with Luna*. *10. The way she sees me. All of me. And loves me anyway*. *11. The smell of rain on dry earth*. *12. The feel of grass between my toes*. *13. The sound of birds singing outside my window*. *14. The moment just before I fall asleep*. *15. Watching the moonpetal vines grow*. *16. Remembering that someone is waiting for me*. Luna read the list slowly, her eyes moving across the words. When she finished, she looked up at him, and her smile was radiant. "Harry, this is beautiful." "It's just a list," he said, feeling his cheeks flush. "It's a list of happiness," Luna said. "That's the most important kind of list." She reached across the table and took his hand, her fingers warm and soft. "I have something to show you. Something I've been working on." "What is it?" "It's a new addition to the Garden of Forgotten Things," Luna said. "I thought you might like to see it." They walked through the streets of London, the morning sun warming their faces. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that had become more familiar in recent weeks. He was no longer walking through the city as a ghost, disconnected from the world around him. He was part of it now, part of something larger. The Garden of Forgotten Things was just as he remembered it, a quiet sanctuary filled with objects that had been loved and lost and found again. But there was something new at the center, something that caught his eye immediately. A small fountain. It was made of old stone, worn and weathered by time. Water trickled from its basin, catching the light and scattering it like diamonds. At the base of the fountain, nestled among the moss, was a collection of small stones, each one painted with a single word. Hope. Love. Remember. Grow. Harry knelt down, his fingers brushing against the stones. Luna, this is. I made it for you, Luna said. I wanted to give you a place to put your thoughts. Your hopes. Your fears. Anything you wanted to let go of, or anything you wanted to hold on to. Harry looked up at her, his throat tight. You did this for me. I did it for us, Luna said. For the future we're building together. She knelt beside him, her hand finding his. The stones are for you. You can add your own words, whenever you're ready. And whenever you need to remember why you're fighting, you can come here and look at them. Harry looked at the fountain, at the water sparkling in the sunlight, at the stones with their simple, powerful words. He felt something shift inside him, a loosening of the knot of grief and guilt that had been coiled in his chest for so long. Hope, he said softly, reading the first stone. Love. Remember. Grow. Those are the things that matter, Luna said. The things that will carry you forward. Harry turned to her, his eyes bright. I love you, Luna. I love you so much it scares me sometimes. Luna smiled, her silver eyes soft. I love you too, Harry. And I'm not scared. I'm ready. They sat by the fountain, their hands intertwined, the water burbling softly. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The days passed, each one blending into the next in a gentle rhythm of small moments. Harry woke each morning and made tea. He tended to the garden, watching the moon-petal vines grow and the silverleaf fern catch the light. He added to his list, finding new things to smile about every day. Luna came by often, sometimes with a new plant, sometimes with a new story, sometimes just to sit with him in comfortable silence. They walked through the city together, exploring hidden corners and forgotten places. They worked in the Garden of Forgotten Things, tending to the objects that had been discarded by the world. Harry found himself changing, slowly but surely. The weight on his chest was still there, but it was lighter now. The shadows were still there, but they no longer consumed him. He was healing. One afternoon, a week after Luna had shown him the fountain, Harry found himself in the kitchen, a cup of tea in his hands, staring out the window at the grey London sky. The silverleaf fern was on the windowsill, its leaves catching the light. He thought about the war. About the people he'd lost. About the guilt he still carried, even though he knew he shouldn't. He thought about Luna. About the way she'd seen him, really seen him, and loved him anyway. He thought about the future. About the life they were building together, one small moment at a time. Harry set down his tea and reached for a piece of parchment. Dear Luna. I've been thinking about the future. About what comes next. I used to be afraid of the future, afraid of what it might bring, afraid of the pain and the loss. But now I'm starting to see it differently, I see the future as a chance. A chance to build something new. A chance to create a life that's worth living, I want to build that life with you. I don't know exactly what it will look like, but I know it will be filled with small things. With tea in the morning and walks through the garden and quiet moments together. With love and hope and the promise of tomorrow, thank you for showing me that the future doesn't have to be scary. Thank you for showing me that it can be beautiful, Yours always. Harry. He sealed the letter and sent it off with an owl. Then he sat back, his heart full, and watched the sun break through the clouds. That evening, Luna came to him. She appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, her silver eyes bright, her expression soft. She was carrying a small piece of parchment in her hand, the letter he'd sent her. "Harry," she said. "I read your letter." Harry stood up, his heart pounding. "I meant every word." Luna crossed the room to him, her bare feet silent on the cold stone floor. She reached up and touched his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "I've been thinking about the future too," she said. "About what comes next. And I think I know what I want." "What is it?" Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Luna smiled. "I want to keep doing this. The small things. The quiet moments. The mornings and the evenings and everything in between. I want to build a life with you, Harry. A real life." Harry felt his heart swell. "That's what I want too." Luna leaned forward and pressed her forehead to his, their breath mingling. "Then let's do it. One day at a time. One small thing at a time." Harry nodded, his eyes closed. "Together." "Together," Luna agreed. They stood in the kitchen, the warmth of the fire surrounding them, the smell of tea and honey in the air. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that everything was going to be all right. The future was uncertain. There would be challenges ahead, moments of doubt and fear. But with Luna beside him, Harry felt ready to face them. He had his small things. He had his list. He had the woman he loved. And that was enough. More than enough. Chapter 9, Ron and Hermione notice. The owl arrived on a Thursday, just as Harry was finishing his morning tea. It was a large, majestic barn owl, its feathers a rich tawny brown, and it carried a letter sealed with the Weasley family crest. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, Hermione's neat, precise script, the letters perfectly formed. He opened the letter with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. He hadn't seen Ron and Hermione since their visit weeks ago, and while they'd exchanged a few brief owls, he knew they'd been worried about him. Worried enough to send a letter rather than just apparate over. "Dear Harry. We hope this letter finds you well. We've been thinking about you a lot lately, and we were wondering if you'd like to come to the Burrow for dinner this Sunday. Mum's been asking about you constantly, and Ron's been pacing around the house muttering about how he hasn't seen you in ages, We understand if you're not ready, but we'd really love to see you. It's been too long, Please write back and let us know. With love. Hermione. P.S. Ron says he'll challenge you to a game of exploding snap if you come. He's been practicing, Harry smiled at the postscript, imagining Ron's determined expression. The thought of seeing his friends again, of sitting in the warm chaos of the Burrow, filled him with a warmth he hadn't felt in months. He reached for a quill. Dear Ron and Hermione. I'd love to come to dinner. Just tell me what time, Harry. He sent the owl off and sat back, his heart lighter than it had been in days. The thought of seeing Ron and Hermione, of being surrounded by the Weasley family's chaotic warmth, was exactly what he needed. But as the day of the dinner approached, Harry found himself growing nervous. Not about seeing Ron and Hermione, they were his best friends, the people who knew him best in the world. But about what they might see. They'd noticed him pulling away. They'd noticed the darkness that had settled over him in the months after the war. And while they'd been patient and understanding, Harry knew they worried about him. He didn't want them to worry anymore. He didn't want to be the broken person they'd seen last time. He wanted to show them that he was healing. That he was getting better. That Luna had helped him find his way back to the light. Sunday arrived, bright and clear, and Harry found himself standing in front of the Burrow, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The house was just as he remembered it, crooked and ramshackle, bursting with life and magic. The garden was overgrown with flowers and vegetables, and the chickens were pecking at the ground near the shed. Somewhere inside, he could hear the sound of Molly Weasley's voice, raised in cheerful admonishment. He took a deep breath and walked to the door. It swung open before he could knock, and Ron was there, his face split in a wide grin. "Harry! You made it!" Ron pulled him into a rough embrace, clapping him on the back. Harry felt the familiar warmth of friendship wash over him, the sense of belonging he'd always felt with the Weasleys. "Good to see you, mate," Ron said, pulling back. "You look better." "Different." "Different how?" Harry asked. Ron shrugged. "I don't know. Lighter, maybe. Like something's changed." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Hermione appeared in the doorway behind Ron, her eyes bright with concern and affection. "Harry." She threw her arms around him, squeezing tightly. "We've been so worried about you." "I'm fine," Harry said, returning the embrace. "Really? I'm doing much better." Hermione pulled back, studying him with the sharp, analytical gaze that had always made her such a gifted witch. "You do look better," she admitted. "Your color's improved. And you've put on some weight." Harry laughed. "Is that your way of saying I looked terrible before?" "Yes," Ron said bluntly. "You looked like death warmed over." "Ron!" Hermione elbowed him sharply. "What?" "It's true. He looked awful. But now he looks—" Ron paused, tilting his head. "Like he's been eating properly. And sleeping. That's good." Harry felt a warmth spread through him. "I've been trying," he said. "Really trying." They led him inside, and the chaos of the burrow enveloped him like a familiar blanket. The kitchen was warm and bustling, filled with the smell of roasting meat and the sound of Molly Weasley's humming. George was at the table, his arm around Angelina, his expression softer than Harry remembered. Ginny was there too, sitting next to Dean, her red hair catching the light. "Harry!" Molly appeared from the kitchen, her face flushed with happiness. "Oh, it's so good to see you. You look wonderful. Come, sit down, I've made all your favorites." She bustled around the table, directing everyone to their seats, her warmth and energy filling the room. Harry found himself seated between Ron and Hermione, a plate of food in front of him that was piled higher than he could possibly eat. The conversation flowed around him, familiar and comforting. George told stories about the joke shop, how it was thriving now that the war was over, how he'd expanded to a second location. Ginny talked about her training with the Holyhead Harpies, her eyes bright with excitement. Hermione discussed her work with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, her passion for the cause evident in every word. But through it all, Harry felt their eyes on him. Ron and Hermione, watching him carefully, assessing him. They were worried about him, he knew. They'd always been worried about him. And he wanted to reassure them, to show them that he was okay. "So, Harry," Ron said, as the meal wound down. "What have you been up to? You said you've been keeping busy." Harry felt his cheeks flush slightly. I've been spending time with Luna." The table fell silent. Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Luna? Luna Lovegood?" "Yes," Harry said. "She's been coming to visit me at Grimmauld Place. We've been working in the garden. Taking walks. Talking." Hermione's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the wheels turning behind her eyes. "That's lovely, Harry. Luna's a very kind person." "She is," Harry agreed. "She's helped me a lot. More than she probably realizes." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, a significant look, the kind they'd been exchanging since they were 11 years old. "She's very unique," Ron said carefully. "She's wonderful," Harry said firmly. She sees things differently than other people. She sees what's really there, not what everyone else expects to see. Another look passed between Ron and Hermione. This one was longer, more intense. "Well," Hermione said finally, a smile spreading across her face. "I'm glad you found someone who makes you happy." Harry felt the tension ease from his shoulders. "She does make me happy. She makes me want to get better." Ron leaned forward, his expression serious. "Mate, you know we just want you to be happy. Whatever that looks like. If Luna's part of that, then we're happy for you." "Really?" Harry asked. "Really," Ron said. "I mean, she's a bit odd, but so are you, honestly. You two probably make more sense than anyone else." Harry laughed, a genuine laugh that surprised even him. "Thanks, Ron. That means a lot." After dinner, the family dispersed to various corners of the house. George and Angelina headed to the garden. Ginny and Dean went to the living room to play chess. Molly bustled around the kitchen, humming to herself. Ron and Hermione cornered Harry in the sitting room, their expressions intent. "Okay," Hermione said, settling onto the sofa. "We need to talk." Harry's heart rate spiked. "About what?" "About you," Ron said bluntly. "About what's been going on with you." "I told you," Harry said. "I've been doing better. Luna's been helping me." Hermione leaned forward, her eyes sharp. "Harry, we're not trying to pry. We're just worried about you. You've been through so much, and we want to make sure you're really okay." "I am okay," Harry said. "I'm better than I've been in months. Years, maybe." Ron exchanged another look with Hermione. "Mate, we've seen you with Luna before. At the celebration after the battle. You were different. But this is different too. You seem lighter. More present." "I am present," Harry said. "For the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm actually here." Hermione reached out and took his hand. "We're so glad, Harry. You have no idea how much we've worried about you. But we also want to make sure you're not. I don't know, depending too much on Luna. That you're not substituting one thing for another." Harry pulled his hand away, a flash of irritation going through him. "I'm not substituting anything. Luna's not a replacement for anything. She helps me see the world differently. She shows me the small things. The things that matter." Ron leaned forward. "What kind of small things?" Harry thought about the list. About the garden. About the way Luna looked at him when she thought he wasn't looking. "She made me a list," he said. "Of things that make her smile. And I made one too. Things like tea in the morning. And sunlight on my face. And the sound of her laugh." Ron and Hermione were silent for a long moment. "That's..." Hermione started. "Actually kind of sweet," Ron finished. Harry blinked. "Really?" "Really," Ron said. "I mean, it's weird. But it's also kind of nice. You're learning to appreciate the little things. That's good." Hermione nodded. "It's very healthy, actually. Focusing on the small moments of joy. It's a form of mindfulness." "I don't know what that means," Harry admitted. "It means you're doing the right thing," Hermione said. "You're learning to be present. To enjoy the moment. That's important." Harry felt a warmth spread through him. "Luna taught me that. She taught me that the small things matter." Ron leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "I never really understood Luna. I always thought she was a bit out there. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe she's exactly what you needed." "She is," Harry said simply. "She's exactly what I needed." Later that night, as Harry was preparing to leave, Ron pulled him aside. "Mate," he said, his voice low. I just want you to know, I'm glad you're doing better. I've been worried about you for months. We all have. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry I worried you. Don't apologize, Ron said. You had every right to be a mess. We all did. But you're getting better now, and that's what matters. Harry nodded. Thanks, Ron. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. And Harry? If Luna makes you happy, then I'm happy for you. She's a good person. She's always been kind to everyone, even when people were cruel to her. She is, Harry agreed. She's the kindest person I know. Ron grinned. Then you deserve each other. Harry laughed, and it felt good. It felt like the old days, before the war, before everything had changed. He said goodbye to the Weasleys and stepped out into the night. The stars were bright overhead, scattered across the sky like diamonds. Harry looked up at them and thought about Luna. He thought about her smile. Her laugh. The way she saw the world differently. He thought about the list he'd made, the small things that made him happy. And for the first time in months, Harry felt like the future was something to look forward to. The walk back to Grimmauld Place was quiet, but Harry's mind was buzzing. He thought about Ron and Hermione's reactions to his news. About the way they'd supported him, even when they didn't fully understand. He thought about Luna. About how much she'd changed his life. About how much he loved her. When he finally reached the door of Grimmauld Place, he paused. The house was dark, but it didn't feel threatening anymore. It felt like home. He opened the door and stepped inside. There was a letter on the floor, just inside the entrance. Harry picked it up, recognizing Luna's loopy handwriting immediately. Dear Harry. Asterisk, I hope you had a lovely time at the Burrow. I was thinking about you all evening. I made a new entry for my list asterisk. Asterisk, thinking about Harry and smiling. Asterisk. I hope you're smiling too. Yours. Luna. Harry read the letter twice, a smile spreading across his face. He tucked it into his pocket, next to his own list, and walked to the kitchen. He made himself a cup of tea and sat at the table, the warmth of the cup in his hands. The night was quiet, peaceful. Harry thought about the future. About the life he was building with Luna. About the small things that made it all worthwhile. He was happy. Truly happy. And for the first time in a long time, he let himself believe that he deserved it. Chapter 10, A Night Under Fake Stars. The invitation came on a Tuesday, carried by a tiny owl with feathers the color of honey. Harry was in the garden, his hands buried in the soil, when the bird landed on the stone bench beside him, a small scroll tied to its leg. He recognized the handwriting immediately, Luna's loopy, uneven script, the letters slightly misshapen as if she'd been writing in a hurry. Dear Harry. Asterisk, I was thinking about the stars tonight. About how they've been there for millions of years, watching everything. They've seen empires rise and fall, wars begin and end, people love and lose and love again. I think they're very wise, asterisk. Asterisk, I want to show you something. A place where the stars are close enough to touch. Will you meet me at Grimmauld Place at midnight? Bring a blanket, asterisk. Yours. Luna. Harry read the letter twice, a smile spreading across his face. He tucked it into his pocket and finished his work in the garden, his mind already racing ahead to midnight. What was Luna planning? A place where the stars were close enough to touch. He spent the rest of the day in a state of pleasant anticipation. He made sure the garden was tidy. He tidied the kitchen. He even attempted to clean the drawing room, though he gave up after an hour when he realized the dust was winning. As the sun began to set, Harry found himself pacing the hallway, his heart pounding with excitement. He'd never felt this way before, this giddy, hopeful anticipation. It was like waiting for Christmas morning, but better. At 11:30, He grabbed a blanket from the linen closet and made his way to the front door. The street outside was quiet, the streetlights casting pools of golden light on the pavement. Harry sat on the step, the blanket draped over his shoulders, and waited. At exactly midnight, Luna appeared. She was walking toward him, her bare feet silent on the pavement, her silver eyes bright in the moonlight. She was wearing a dress made of what looked like silver fabric, and her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders in soft waves. She looked like something out of a dream, ethereal and otherworldly. "Hello, Harry," she said, stopping in front of him. "Are you ready?" Harry stood up, his heart racing. "Ready for what?" Luna smiled. "For a night under the stars." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm and soft. Then she turned and led him down the street, her steps quick and sure. Harry followed without question, trusting her completely. They walked through the quiet London streets, past the sleeping buildings and the empty shops. The moon was full overhead, casting silver light on everything it touched. "Where are we going?" Harry asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "It's a surprise," Luna said. "You'll see when we get there." They walked for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only 20 minutes. Finally, Luna stopped in front of a tall, narrow building that looked like it had been abandoned for years. The windows were dark, and the door was covered in a layer of grime. "This is it," Luna said. Harry looked at the building, then at her. "It's a building." "It's a roof," Luna said. "The best roof in London." She led him around the side of the building, to a rusted fire escape that climbed up the wall. Luna began to climb, her bare feet sure on the metal rungs, her dress billowing behind her. Harry followed, his heart pounding. The fire escape groaned beneath his weight, but it held. They climbed higher and higher, past the second floor and the third, until they reached the top. The roof was flat and covered in gravel. In the center was a small area that had been cleared, covered in blankets and pillows. A lantern sat in the middle, its flame casting warm light on the scene. Harry looked around, his breath catching in his throat. The city sprawled beneath them, a sea of lights. The sky was a canvas of stars, scattered across the darkness like diamonds. The moon was full and bright, casting silver light on everything it touched. "Luna," Harry breathed. "This is incredible." Luna smiled, her silver eyes bright. "I found this place years ago. I used to come here to think. To watch the stars. To feel less alone." She led him to the center of the roof, where the blankets were spread out. They sat down together, their shoulders touching, and looked up at the sky. "I wanted to share this with you," Luna said. "It's one of my favorite places." Harry looked at her, his heart full. "Thank you for sharing it with me." They lay back on the blankets, staring up at the stars. The lantern flickered beside them, casting warm shadows. "I used to think the stars were lonely," Luna said softly. "They're so far away from each other. So separate. But then I realized that they're all connected. They're part of the same sky. They share the same darkness." Harry thought about his own life. About the loneliness he'd felt for so long. About the connections he'd made, the people who'd become his family. "Maybe we're like that too," he said. "Connected. Even when we feel alone." Luna turned her head to look at him. "I think we are. I think we're all connected." They lay in silence, the stars wheeling overhead. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. "Can I tell you something?" he asked. "Of course." "I used to be afraid of the dark," Harry said. "When I was a kid. I'd lie in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, convinced that something was going to get me. I never told anyone that. It felt too silly." "It's not silly," Luna said. "The dark can be scary. It's full of things we can't see." "But now I'm not afraid anymore," Harry said. Or at least, I'm not as afraid. You helped me with that. You showed me that the dark can be beautiful too. Luna reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm against his. The dark is just the absence of light. It's not something to be afraid of. It's something to be curious about. Harry looked at her, at the moonlight reflecting in her silver eyes. You're the most curious person I've ever met. Luna laughed, a soft, musical sound. Thank you. I take that as a compliment. They lay on the roof for hours, talking about everything and nothing. Luna told him about her childhood, about the house she'd grown up in, about her father's experiments with magical creatures. She told him about her mother, the explosion, the grief, the long years of trying to understand what had happened. The worst part was not knowing, she said. I used to imagine that she was still out there somewhere. That she'd come back one day. But she never did. Harry squeezed her hand. I understand. Sometimes I still expect my parents to be there. To walk through the door and say hello. Luna turned to him, her eyes soft. They're still with you, Harry. In your heart. In your memories. Like your mother is with you. Yes, Luna said. Exactly like that. They lay in silence, the stars wheeling overhead. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Luna, he said. Can I ask you something? Of course. Why do you believe in Nargles? And dirigible plums? All those creatures. Luna was quiet for a long moment. Because the world is full of things we can't explain, she said finally. And I think it's more beautiful to believe in them than to dismiss them. She turned to him, her eyes earnest. When I was a little girl, my mother used to tell me stories about magical creatures. She said that the world was full of wonders, if only you knew where to look. I believed her. I still believe her. Harry thought about his own childhood. About the Dursleys, who had tried to stamp the magic out of him. About the world he'd discovered at Hogwarts, full of wonders he'd never imagined. Maybe you're right, he said. Maybe the world is full of wonders. Luna smiled. It is. And you're one of them, Harry. Harry felt his cheeks flush. I'm not a wonder. You are to me, Luna said simply. Harry looked at her, at the moonlight reflecting in her silver eyes, and felt his heart swell. He leaned forward and kissed her, soft and warm, the stars wheeling overhead. When they pulled apart, Luna's smile was radiant. I've been wanting to do that again, she admitted. Harry laughed, a sound of pure joy. So have I. The night wore on, the stars wheeling overhead. Harry and Luna lay on the roof, their hands intertwined, the lantern flickering beside them. Harry thought about the war. About all the people he'd lost. About the guilt and grief he'd carried for so long. He thought about Luna. About the way she'd seen him, really seen him, and loved him anyway. I never thought I'd be happy again, he admitted. After the war. I thought the happiness was over. That I'd used it all up. Luna turned to him, her silver eyes bright. Happiness isn't something you use up. It's something you create. Every day. Every moment. I'm learning that, Harry said. Thanks to you. Luna smiled. That's the best thing anyone's ever said to me. They lay in silence, the city sprawling beneath them. The stars were fading now, the sky beginning to lighten. Dawn was approaching. It's almost morning, Harry said. Yes, Luna said. A new day. Harry looked at her, at the way the first light of dawn was catching her silver hair. I'm glad I get to spend it with you. Luna turned to him, her eyes soft. I'm glad too. They stayed on the roof, watching the sunrise. The city woke beneath them, the streets filling with light. The stars faded into the blue of the sky, and a new day began. Harry felt a sense of hope settle over him. A feeling that the future was bright, that the darkness was finally behind him. He had Luna. He had his list. He had the small things. And that was enough. More than enough. The walk back to Grimmauld Place was quiet, their footsteps echoing in the empty streets. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. At the door, Luna paused. "Thank you for tonight, Harry. It was perfect." "Thank you for sharing it with me," Harry said. "For sharing everything with me." Luna smiled. "I'll see you soon." "Soon," Harry agreed. She leaned forward. And kissed him, soft and warm, the morning light catching her silver hair. Then she turned and walked away, her bare feet silent on the pavement. Harry watched her go, his heart full. He walked into the house and sat down in the kitchen. The morning light was streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Harry pulled out his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 17. A night under fake stars with the woman I love, asterisk. He read the list from the beginning, a smile spreading across his face. Things That Make Me Smile, by Harry Potter. Asterisk 1. The first cup of tea in the morning, asterisk. Asterisk 2. The feeling of sunlight on my face, asterisk. Asterisk 3. Walking through the garden, my hands in the dirt, asterisk. Asterisk 4. The sound of Luna's laugh, asterisk. Asterisk 5. Sitting in comfortable silence with someone I trust, asterisk. Asterisk 6. Watching things grow, asterisk. Asterisk 7. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me, asterisk. Asterisk 8. The way Luna looks at me when she thinks I'm not looking, asterisk. Asterisk 9. Breakfast with Luna, asterisk. Asterisk 10. The way she sees me. All of me. And loves me anyway, asterisk. Asterisk 11. The smell of rain on dry earth, asterisk. Asterisk 12. The feel of grass between my toes, asterisk. Asterisk 13. The sound of birds singing outside my window, asterisk. Asterisk 14. The moment just before I fall asleep, asterisk. Asterisk 15. Watching the moonpetal vines grow, asterisk. Asterisk 16. Remembering that someone is waiting for me, asterisk. Asterisk 17. A night under fake stars with the woman I love, asterisk. Harry set the list down and looked out the window. The garden was bathed in golden light, the moon-petal vines glowing softly. The silverleaf fern was catching the light, its leaves scattering it like tiny stars. For the first time in months, Harry felt at peace. The war was behind him. The grief and guilt were still there, but they no longer consumed him. He had Luna. He had his small things. He had hope. And that was enough. Chapter 11, The Weight of Survivor's Guilt. The rain came on a Thursday, heavy and relentless, drumming against the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place like 1,000 tiny fists. Harry stood in the kitchen, a cup of tea growing cold in his hands, and watched the water stream down the glass. The world outside was grey and blurred, the streetlights casting weak pools of light through the downpour. The garden was awash, the moon-petal vines drooping under the weight of the rain. Harry felt a pang of worry. Would they survive? Would they be okay? He was worrying about plants. He, Harry Potter, who had faced Voldemort and death itself, was worrying about plants. A small smile tugged at his lips. Luna's influence, no doubt. She'd taught him to care about the small things. To nurture them. To protect them. But even as the thought of her brought warmth to his chest, the familiar weight settled on his shoulders. The guilt. The grief. The endless parade of faces that visited him in the quiet moments. He set down the tea and walked to the window, pressing his palm against the cold glass. The rain blurred his reflection, distorting his features until he hardly recognized himself. Was this who he was now? The man who worried about plants and made lists of small things. It should have been enough. It should have been more than enough. But the ghosts of the past were never far away. Luna arrived at noon, her hair soaked and plastered to her face, her bare feet splashing through the puddles that had formed on the doorstep. She was carrying a large umbrella, but it had clearly failed in its duty, her dress was clinging to her, and she was shivering slightly. "Harry," she said, her voice bright despite her bedraggled appearance. "I brought soup." She held up a small basket, from which the smell of something warm and savory was drifting. Harry felt a smile spread across his face, chasing away some of the darkness that had settled over him. "You're soaked," he said, stepping aside to let her in. "You should have sent an owl. And miss seeing you." Luna shook her head, water droplets flying everywhere. "Never." She set the basket on the kitchen table and began to wring out her hair. Her movements quick and efficient. Harry grabbed a towel from the linen closet and handed it to her. "Thank you," she said, wrapping it around her shoulders. "I knew you'd be practical." Harry laughed. "I'm not practical. I just don't want you to catch a cold." Luna's silver eyes softened. "You care about me." "Of course I do," Harry said. "I love you." She smiled, radiant and bright. "I love you too." They sat at the kitchen table, the soup steaming between them. Luna had brought a thick, hearty stew, full of vegetables and herbs that Harry couldn't identify. It was delicious, warming him from the inside out. They ate in comfortable silence, the rain drumming against the windows. Harry felt the tension in his shoulders begin to ease, the weight on his chest lightening. "Harry," Luna said, setting down her spoon. "Is something wrong?" Harry looked up, startled. "What?" "No. Nothing's wrong." Luna tilted her head, her silver eyes fixed on him with that unnerving intensity. "You're sad. The Nargles told me." Harry opened his mouth to deny it, but the words wouldn't come. Because she was right. He was sad. He was always sad, beneath the surface, beneath the smiles and the lists and the small things. "I'm fine," he said, but his voice was hollow, unconvincing. Luna reached across the table and took his hand, her fingers warm and soft. "You don't have to pretend with me, Harry. I can see you. All of you." Harry felt something crack inside him. The walls he'd built, the careful composure he'd maintained, they were crumbling, piece by piece. "I keep thinking about them," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "All the people who died. Fred, Remus, Tonks. My parents. Sirius. All of them." Luna's grip on his hand tightened. "I know. And I keep thinking, why them? Why did they die, and I survived? What makes me so special that I got to live while they didn't?" Luna was silent for a long moment. The rain continued to drum against the windows, filling the silence with its steady rhythm. "I think about that too," she said finally. "About my mother. About all the people who died in the war. I used to ask myself the same question. Why did I survive when they didn't?" Harry looked at her, his eyes burning. "How did you stop asking?" "I didn't," Luna said. "I still ask. But I've realized that there's no answer. There's no reason. It just happened. And all I can do is live the life I was given." Harry shook his head. "That's not enough. It's not fair." "No," Luna agreed. "It's not fair. But fairness doesn't exist. Not in the way we want it to. The world isn't fair. It never has been." Harry pulled his hand away, standing up abruptly. "So I'm just supposed to accept it? Accept that they're gone, and I'm here, and there's no reason for any of it?" Luna stood too, her silver eyes calm and steady. I'm not saying you should accept it. I'm saying you should live with it. Carry it. Let it be part of you, but not all of you. Harry laughed, a bitter sound. How? How do I do that? Luna walked around the table and stood in front of him. She reached up and touched his face, her palm warm against his cheek. You start by being honest, she said. By telling me how you feel. By letting me see your pain. Harry felt the tears begin to fall. He'd been holding them in for so long, months and months of grief and guilt and sadness, and now they were finally spilling out. I'm so tired, Luna, he said, his voice breaking. I'm so tired of carrying this weight. I'm so tired of pretending to be okay. Luna pulled him into an embrace, her arms wrapped around him, her body warm against his. Harry buried his face in her hair and let himself weep. It's okay, she whispered. It's okay. You don't have to pretend. Not with me. Harry clung to her, his tears soaking into her dress. The grief poured out of him, years of it, a flood that had been dammed up for too long. He thought about all the people he'd lost. His parents, who had died for him. Sirius, who had fallen through the veil. Remus and Tonks, who had left behind a son. Fred, whose laughter would never be heard again. Dobby, who had died with a smile on his face. Hedwig, who had been his first real friend. They were all gone. And he was still here. I don't know how to live, Harry admitted, his voice muffled against Luna's shoulder. I don't know how to move forward. Luna pulled back, her hands on his shoulders. Her silver eyes were bright with unshed tears, but her expression was calm, steady. You don't have to know, she said. You just have to try. One day at a time. One small thing at a time. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. I'm trying. I really am. I know, Luna said. I see you trying. And I'm proud of you. They sat down on the floor, their backs against the kitchen cabinets, the rain still drumming against the windows. Luna's hand was in Harry's, warm and steady. I want to tell you something, Harry said. About the war. Luna nodded, her silver eyes fixed on him. I'm listening. Harry took a deep breath. After the battle, I was so relieved. I'd survived. Voldemort was gone. It was over. But then, a few days later, it all started to hit me. The people I'd lost. The people I'd failed. Failed? Luna asked, her brow furrowed. I could have saved them, Harry said, his voice cracking. If I'd been faster, smarter, better. They died because of me. Luna shook her head. They died because of Voldemort. Because of the war. Not because of you. But I was the one they were fighting for, Harry said. I was the chosen one. They died for me. Luna was quiet for a long moment. Harry, do you think I died in Malfoy Manor? Harry blinked, startled by the question. No. You survived. Because you saved me, Luna said. You and Ron and Hermione and Dobby. You came for me. You didn't leave me there. I couldn't leave you, Harry said. I wouldn't. And that's why they died for you, Luna said. Because. They knew you'd do the same for them. Because you're worth fighting for. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Luna pressed a finger to his lips. The people who loved you, who died for you, they chose to do it. They made that choice because they believed in you. Because they believed in what you were fighting for. You didn't make them do it. You didn't force them. They chose. Harry felt the tears start to fall again. It still hurts. Of course it does, Luna said. Love hurts. That's what makes it real. She pulled him close again, her arms wrapped around him, her cheek pressed against his. I'm here, she whispered. I'm not going anywhere. They sat on the kitchen floor for hours, the rain continuing to fall. Harry talked about his parents, about the night they'd died, about the guilt he'd carried his entire life. He talked about Sirius, about the moment he'd fallen through the veil, about the rage and grief that had consumed him. He talked about Remus and Tonks, about the baby they'd left behind, about the life they'd never get to live. Luna listened without judgment, her hand never leaving his. When he finished, she told him about her own losses. About her mother, who had died in a magical accident when Luna was young. About the years of grief that had followed, the loneliness and confusion. "I used to think I'd never be happy again," she said. "I thought the sadness would last forever. But it didn't. It changed shape. It became part of me, but it didn't consume me." Harry looked at her, his eyes red and swollen. "How do you do it? How do you carry it all?" Luna smiled, soft and sad. "I don't carry it. I let it carry me. I let the grief be part of my story, but I don't let it be the whole story." Harry nodded slowly, the words sinking in. "That's what I'm trying to do. Let it be part of my story, but not all of it." "Yes," Luna said. "That's exactly what you're doing." They sat in silence for a while, the rain beginning to ease. The kitchen was dark, the fire having burned low. Harry felt drained, but also lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Luna," he said. "Thank you. For listening. For understanding." Luna smiled. "Always." Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and gentle. She tasted of rain and salt, the remnants of her tears. "I love you," he said. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Harry," Luna said. "And I'll always be here." That night, Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The rain had stopped, and the house was quiet. He felt the weight of the grief, but it was different now. Lighter. More manageable. He reached for his list and added a new entry. *18. The weight of survivor's guilt, and knowing I don't have to carry it alone. *. He read the list from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Each one was a reminder of the small things, the moments of joy and hope that had carried him through the darkness. He thought about Luna. About the way she'd listened, the way she'd held him, the way she'd helped him see that he wasn't alone. He was still healing. He would always be healing. But with Luna beside him, he felt ready to face whatever came next. The future was uncertain, but it was bright. Full of possibilities. And Harry was ready to embrace them. Chapter 12, Luna's Own Scars. The morning after the rain, the world felt different. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the windows, golden and warm, chasing away the shadows that had lingered in the corners of his room. The air was fresh and clean, washed clean by the storm, and the garden outside was glittering with droplets that caught the light like tiny diamonds. He lay in bed for a long moment, letting the warmth seep into his bones. The conversation with Luna the day before had been difficult, painful, even, but it had also been cathartic. For the first time in months, the weight on his chest felt bearable. He dressed quickly and made his way downstairs. The kitchen was bright. The fire crackling in the grate. Harry made tea and sat at the table, his mind drifting to Luna. She'd been so steady the day before. So calm, even as he'd fallen apart in her arms. She'd held him and listened and never once made him feel like he was too much. But Harry knew that she carried her own scars. She'd lost her mother. She'd been imprisoned in Malfoy Manor. She'd endured things that would have broken most people. And yet she always seemed so whole. So at peace. Was she really, or was she just as broken as he was? The question nagged at him all morning. He worked in the garden, tending to the moonpetal vines and the silverleaf fern, but his mind was elsewhere. He thought about Luna's mother, about the explosion that had taken her life. He thought about the dungeons of Malfoy Manor, about the things Luna must have seen and endured. He thought about the way she'd smiled at him, even when she had every reason not to smile at anyone. He needed to understand. He needed to see her, really see her, the way she'd seen him. Luna arrived in the early afternoon, her arms full of flowers. She was wearing a dress made of what looked like old curtains, patches of different colors and patterns sewn together in a chaotic but beautiful arrangement. Her hair was loose, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. "Harry," she said, her silver eyes bright. "I brought you some flowers. They're from my garden. I thought you might like them." Harry took the flowers, a wild bouquet of blooms he couldn't identify, their petals a riot of color. "Thank you, Luna. They're beautiful." "Not as beautiful as you," Luna said, and Harry felt his cheeks flush. He set the flowers in a vase on the windowsill and turned to her. "I was hoping you'd come today. I wanted to talk to you." Luna tilted her head, her expression curious. "About what?" "About you," Harry said. "About what you went through. During the war. At Malfoy Manor." Luna's smile faded slightly. "That's a heavy topic for a sunny afternoon." "I know," Harry said. "But I need to understand. You've been there for me, through everything. You've listened to me talk about my grief and my guilt. But I've never really asked you about yours." Luna was silent for a long moment. The fire crackled in the grate, and the sunlight continued to stream through the window. "I don't like to talk about it," she said finally. "It's not a happy story." "I know it's not," Harry said. "But I want to hear it. If you're willing to share." Luna looked at him, her silver eyes searching his face. Whatever she found there seemed to satisfy her. "Okay," she said. "Let's go to the garden." They sat on the stone bench in the garden, the flowers surrounding them in a riot of color. The moon-petal vines were glowing softly, their blue leaves catching the light. Luna was quiet for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the fountain in the center of the garden. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, distant. "My mother died when I was 9, she said. It was a magical accident. One of her experiments went wrong. I don't remember much about it, just the explosion, and the green light, and then my father telling me she was gone." Harry reached out and took her hand. "I'm so sorry." Luna nodded, her grip tightening on his. "After she died, I was lost. I didn't know how to be without her. I used to sit in her garden and pretend she was still there, that she'd walk through the door at any moment." Harry thought about his own parents. About the years he'd spent imagining what it would be like to have them in his life. "Did you ever stop pretending?" he asked. Luna shook her head. "I still pretend sometimes. But now it's different. I don't pretend she's coming back. I pretend she's watching. That she's proud of me." "She would be," Harry said. "She would be so proud of you." Luna smiled, a soft, sad smile. "I hope so." She was quiet for another long moment, and Harry waited. He could sense that there was more, that she was gathering herself. "The war was hard," she said finally. "But Malfoy Manor was different. It was dark. Cold. The dungeons smelled like mildew and fear." Harry felt a spike of rage go through him. "The Death Eaters. They were cruel," Luna said, cutting him off. "They enjoyed it. The fear. The pain. It fed them." She paused, her silver eyes distant. "They did things to me. I won't go into detail, but they did things. And I thought I was going to die there." Harry's grip on her hand tightened. "Luna. I wasn't afraid of dying," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "I was afraid of forgetting. Of losing myself. Of becoming someone who didn't know who she was." Harry pulled her into an embrace, holding her tight. "You didn't lose yourself. You survived. You came out stronger. Luna returned the embrace, her face buried in his shoulder. I didn't feel strong. I felt broken. Like a piece of glass that had been shattered and glued back together. That's what strength is, Harry said. It's not about being unbroken. It's about putting yourself back together. Luna pulled back, her silver eyes bright with unshed tears. When did you get so wise? Harry laughed, a short, surprised sound. I learned from you. They sat in the garden, their hands intertwined, the sun warming their faces. Harry felt a new understanding settling over him, a deeper, more profound connection to Luna. You've been through so much, he said. And yet you're still so kind. So gentle. How do you do it? Luna considered the question seriously. I think because I know what it's like to be hurt. To be broken. And I don't want anyone else to feel that way. Not if I can help it. Harry nodded slowly. That's what I want too. To help people. To make sure no one else has to suffer the way we did. That's why you're a hero, Harry, Luna said. Not because you defeated Voldemort. But because you care. Because you want to make the world a better place. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest. I don't know about that. I want to make a difference. You already have, Luna said. You've made a difference to me. They spent the rest of the afternoon in the garden, talking about the past and the present. Luna told him more about her mother, about the woman she'd been, the things she'd loved, the legacy she'd left behind. She told him about her years at Hogwarts, about the bullying she'd endured, about the way she'd learned to ignore the cruelty of others. They called me loony, she said. They laughed at me. They took my things and hid them. And I used to think that maybe they were right. Maybe I was strange. Maybe I didn't belong. But you didn't let them change you, Harry said. No, Luna said. I realized that their opinions didn't matter. That I was the only one who could decide who I was. That's brave, Harry said. That's really brave. Luna smiled. It wasn't bravery. It was stubbornness. I'm very stubborn. Harry laughed. I know. I've noticed. Luna laughed too, and the sound was bright and joyful. I love you, Luna, Harry said. I love everything about you. Your strength. Your kindness. Your stubbornness. Luna's cheeks flushed. I love you too, Harry. I love the way you see the good in people. The way you never give up. The way you make me feel like I'm not alone. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The garden was quiet, the flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that everything was going to be okay. He had Luna. He had his small things. He had hope. And that was enough. More than enough. That night, Harry sat in the kitchen, a cup of tea in his hands, and thought about the conversation he'd had with Luna. He'd seen a different side of her today, a vulnerable side, a side that was still healing. She'd been through so much. And yet she'd never let it define her. She'd never let it turn her bitter or cruel. Harry pulled out his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 19. Luna's strength. Luna's kindness. Luna's scars. All of it, asterisk. Asterisk 20. Knowing that she trusts me enough to share her pain, asterisk. He read the list from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Each entry was a reminder of the small things, the moments of joy and hope that had carried him through the darkness. He thought about Luna. About the way she'd opened up to him, the way she'd trusted him with her pain. He was still healing. She was still healing. They were healing together. And that was the most beautiful thing of all. Hashtag Chapter 13, Little Joy's List. The morning was crisp and clear, the kind of morning that made Harry believe anything was possible. He stood at the kitchen window, a cup of tea warming his hands, and watched the garden come alive in the golden light. The moonpetal vines were thriving, their blue leaves glowing softly. The silverleaf fern had grown since Luna had given it to him, its leaves catching the light and scattering it like tiny stars. The garden was no longer a wild tangle of weeds and brambles, it was a sanctuary, a place of peace and beauty. Harry smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He'd created this. With Luna's help, he'd turned something neglected and forgotten into something beautiful. The thought made him think of Luna. Of the way she'd been there for him, through all the darkness and doubt. Of the way she'd helped him see the world differently, not as a place of loss and grief, but as a place of possibility and joy. He wanted to do something for her. Something special. Something that would show her how much she meant to him. The idea came to him as he was watering the moonpetal vines. He'd been thinking about the lists they'd made, the small things that made them smile. And he realized that he wanted to create something new. Something they could share. A list of little joys. Their little joys. Together. Luna arrived at noon, her bare feet silent on the stone path, her silver eyes bright with anticipation. She was carrying a small basket filled with what looked like freshly baked scones, their warm scent drifting through the air. "Harry," she called, her voice bright. "I brought you something." Harry walked out to meet her, a smile spreading across his face. "You always bring me something." "Because I'm always thinking of you," Luna said, setting the basket on the garden table. "And because I wanted to surprise you." She opened the basket, revealing a pile of scones, golden and steaming, along with a jar of honey and a pot of what looked like fresh cream. "These are from my father's kitchen," she said. "He's been experimenting with new recipes. These are his best batch yet." Harry picked up a scone and bit into it. It was warm and buttery, the honey sweet and golden. "These are incredible." Luna beamed. "I knew you'd like them." They sat in the garden, the scones between them, and ate in companionable silence. The sun was warm on their faces, and the flowers swayed gently in the breeze. "Luna," Harry said, setting down his scone. "I wanted to talk to you about something." Luna tilted her head, her silver eyes curious. "What is it?" "I've been thinking," Harry said. "About our lists. About the small things that make us happy. And I thought, what if we made a list together?" Luna's eyes widened. "A list together?" "A list of little joys," Harry said. "Things we can share. Things we can do together. Things that remind us why life is worth living." Luna was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she smiled, a bright, radiant smile that lit up her entire face. "I think that's the most wonderful idea you've ever had," she said. They spent the afternoon in the garden, a blank piece of parchment spread out on the table between them. Luna had brought her favorite quill, a feather from a whooper, its pink tip stained with ink, and Harry had found a bottle of ink that had somehow survived the years of neglect in Grimmauld Place. "Okay," Harry said, dipping the quill into the ink. "What's the first thing?" Luna thought for a moment. "A picnic in the garden. With scones and honey and fresh cream." Harry wrote it down, his handwriting careful and deliberate. *1. A picnic in the garden, with scones and honey and fresh cream, *. "What else?" Luna asked. Harry thought about the walks they'd taken, the quiet moments they'd shared. Walking through the city, just the two of us. No destination. Just walking. Luna nodded, her eyes bright. "Yes. That's a good one. *2. Walking through the city, no destination in mind, *. "What about the roof?" Harry suggested. "The night we watched the stars." "Watching the stars under fake stars," Luna agreed. "That should definitely be on the list." Asterisk 3. Watching the stars from the roof, the city spread out below us. Asterisk. What about tea in the morning? Luna asked. The first cup of tea, when the world is still quiet. Harry wrote it down. That's one of my favorites. Asterisk 4. The first cup of tea in the morning, when the world is still quiet. Asterisk. They continued like that for hours, adding entry after entry. Each one was a small thing, a little joy, but together they formed something beautiful, a map of their happiness. Asterisk 5. Working in the garden together, hands in the soil. Asterisk. Asterisk 6. Sitting in comfortable silence, knowing we don't need words. Asterisk. Asterisk 7. Discovering a new flower, a new color, a new wonder. Asterisk. Asterisk 8. The sound of Luna's laugh. Asterisk. Asterisk 9. The way Harry's eyes crinkle when he smiles. Asterisk. Asterisk 10. Rain on the window, and a warm fire inside. Asterisk. Asterisk 11. A letter from someone who matters. Asterisk. Asterisk 12. The smell of fresh bread baking. Asterisk. Asterisk 13. Watching the moon petal vines glow in the moonlight. Asterisk. Asterisk 14. The first sign of spring. Asterisk. Asterisk 15. The feeling of grass between our toes. Asterisk. Harry paused, his quill hovering over the parchment. We've been writing for hours. Luna looked at the list, her silver eyes soft. It's beautiful. I never knew happiness could be listed. It's not just happiness, Harry said. It's hope. It's proof that there's still good in the world. That there's still joy. Luna reached across the table and took his hand. Thank you, Harry. For this. For us. Harry squeezed her hand. Thank you for showing me how to see the small things. They sat in the garden as the sun began to set, the list spread out on the table between them. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink, the clouds streaked with gold. I want to add one more, Luna said. Harry picked up the quill. What is it? Luna leaned forward and took the quill from him. She wrote the final entry herself, her handwriting loopy and uneven. Asterisk 16. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me. And that someone is you. Asterisk. Harry read the words, feeling something warm bloom in his chest. That's perfect, he said. Luna smiled. I thought so too. They walked through the city that evening, their hands intertwined, the list tucked safely in Harry's pocket. The streets were quiet, the shops closed, the only sound the soft patter of their footsteps. I never thought I'd be happy like this, Harry said. After the war. I thought the happiness was over. Luna squeezed his hand. Happiness isn't something you use up. It's something you create. Harry stopped walking and turned to face her. I know that now. Thanks to you. Luna smiled, her silver eyes bright. You created the happiness yourself. I just helped you see it. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. The city was silent around them, the stars beginning to emerge overhead. Let's go home, Luna said. Let's go home and make more lists. Harry laughed, a sound of pure joy. I'd like that. That night, Harry lay in bed, the list on his bedside table. He read it from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Asterisk the Little. Joy's List, by Harry and Luna. Asterisk. 1. A picnic in the garden, with scones and honey and fresh cream. 2. Walking through the city, no destination in mind. 3. Watching the stars from the roof, the city spread out below us. 4. The first cup of tea in the morning, when the world is still quiet. 5. Working in the garden together, hands in the soil. 6. Sitting in comfortable silence, knowing we don't need words. 7. Discovering a new flower, a new color, a new wonder. 8. The sound of Luna's laugh. 9. The way Harry's eyes crinkle when he smiles. 10. Rain on the window, and a warm fire inside. 11. A letter from someone who matters. 12. The smell of fresh bread baking. 13. Watching the moon petal vines glow in the moonlight. 14. The first sign of spring. 15. The feeling of grass between our toes. 16. Knowing that somewhere in the world, someone is thinking of me. And that someone is you. Harry smiled, his heart full. He had a list now. A list of little joys. A list of things that made life worth living. He had Luna. He had hope. And that was enough. More than enough. He set the list aside and closed his eyes, the last thoughts on his mind happy ones. The future was uncertain, but it was bright. And Harry was ready to embrace it. Chapter 14, A Day Without Magic. The idea came to Harry in the middle of the night, just as the first grey light of dawn was beginning to creep through the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place. He'd been lying awake, his mind drifting through the list he and Luna had made together, the little joys they'd catalogued. And then it had struck him, a thought so simple and yet so profound that it had made him sit bolt upright in bed. They'd built their relationship on small things. On gardens and walks and quiet moments. On tea and lists and the comfort of silence. But all of it had been framed by magic. By the world they'd grown up in, the world that had shaped them. What would it be like to step outside that world? Just for a day. To experience something ordinary, something mundane, something that had nothing to do with wands or spells or the weight of being who they were. A day without magic. The thought excited him in a way he hadn't expected. He thought about the Muggle world, the world he'd grown up in, the world he'd always felt apart from. He thought about the simple pleasures he'd never really allowed himself to enjoy. The feeling of anonymity. The freedom of being just another person on the street. He wanted to share that with Luna. He wanted to show her a different side of life, a side that had nothing to do with the war or the grief or the weight of their past. He wanted a day of normalcy. A day of joy. A day without magic. Luna arrived at Grimmauld Place at 9 o'clock, her silver eyes bright with curiosity. Harry had sent her an owl the night before, asking her to come early, and she'd responded with a single word, yes. Harry, she said, stepping through the door. You sounded mysterious in your letter. What's going on? Harry smiled, feeling a flutter of excitement in his chest. I have a surprise for you. A surprise? A day without magic, Harry said. No wands. No spells. No operating or fluing or anything magical. Just, a normal day. In the Muggle world. Luna's eyes widened. A normal day. Completely normal, Harry said. I want to show you the world I grew up in. The world before Hogwarts. The world without magic. Luna considered the idea for a moment, her head tilted. Then she smiled, a bright, radiant smile that lit up her entire face. I think that's the most wonderful idea you've ever had, she said. They left Grimmauld Place without their wands. Harry had stashed them in a drawer in his bedroom, along with any other magical objects that might tempt them. It felt strange, walking out the door without the familiar weight of his wand in his pocket. Exposed. Vulnerable. But also free. The streets of London were bustling with Muggles, going about their ordinary lives. Harry felt a sense of anonymity wash over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. No one recognized him. No one stared. He was just another person on the street. Where are we going? Luna asked, her bare feet padding silently on the pavement. Anywhere, Harry said. Everywhere. I want to show you everything. They started with the park near Grimmauld Place, a small green space that Harry had passed 100 times but never really visited. The grass was soft and green, and the trees were just beginning to show signs of spring. A few children were playing on the swings, their laughter echoing through the air. "I used to come here sometimes," Harry said. "When I was a kid. I'd sit on that bench and watch the other children play. I never joined them, though. I didn't know how." Luna reached out and took his hand. "You know how now." Harry smiled. "Thanks to you." They walked through the park, their hands intertwined, the sun warm on their faces. Luna paused to examine a cluster of wildflowers growing near the path, her silver eyes bright with curiosity. "These are lovely," she said. "What are they?" "Just weeds," Harry said. "They grow everywhere." Luna shook her head. "They're not weeds. They're flowers that haven't been appreciated." Harry laughed. "That's a very Luna way of looking at it." Luna beamed. "I'll take that as a compliment." They left the park and walked through the streets of London, Harry pointing out landmarks and sharing stories from his childhood. He told her about the zoo, where he'd accidentally made a glass wall disappear. He told her about the school, where he'd been bullied and ignored. He told her about the Dursleys, about the cupboard under the stairs and the years of neglect. "I'm sorry you had to go through that," Luna said softly. Harry shrugged. "It made me who I am. And it made me appreciate what I have now." Luna squeezed his hand. "I'm glad you have me." "I'm glad. Too," Harry said. They stopped at a small cafe for lunch, the kind of place Harry had never been able to afford as a child. The tables were small and crowded, and the air smelled of coffee and fresh bread. Luna ordered a cup of tea, and Harry ordered a sandwich, something simple, something ordinary. "This is nice," Luna said, her hands wrapped around her teacup. "Being here. Being ordinary." Harry nodded. "It is. I've spent so long being the chosen one, the boy who lived. Sometimes I forget what it's like to just be Harry." Luna reached across the table and took his hand. "You're always just Harry to me. The chosen one, the boy who lived, those are just titles. You're Harry. The man I love." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. "Thank you, Luna. That means everything." After lunch, they walked to a Muggle bookstore, one of those old, dusty shops that smelled of paper and history. Luna's eyes lit up as she scanned the shelves, her fingers tracing the spines of the books. "I love books," she said. "They're like windows into other worlds." Harry picked up a book at random, a worn copy of a Muggle novel he'd never heard of. "I've never really had time for reading. There was always something else to do. Something more important." "Reading is important," Luna said. "It's a way of understanding other people. Other lives." She pulled a book from the shelf, a collection of poetry, its pages yellowed with age. "I used to read poetry with my mother. She loved the way words could paint pictures." Harry watched her as she flipped through the pages, her silver eyes soft and distant. "Do you still read poetry?" "Sometimes," Luna said. "When I miss her." Harry stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her. "She would have loved you. The woman you've become." Luna leaned into the embrace. "Thank you, Harry." They bought the poetry collection, Harry insisted on paying, and walked out of the shop, the book tucked under Luna's arm. The afternoon stretched on, lazy and warm. They walked through a market, browsing the stalls and sampling the food. Luna was fascinated by everything, the colorful produce, the handmade crafts, the strange and wonderful objects that Muggles created. "Look at this," she said, holding up a small wind-up toy. "It moves without magic." Harry smiled. "Muggles have their own kind of magic. It's just, different." Luna wound up the toy and set it on the ground, watching as it wobbled and moved. "It's wonderful." They bought a few small things, a handmade necklace for Luna, a small wooden box for Harry, and continued on their way. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. "I never thought I'd say this," Harry said, "but I'm glad I grew up in the Muggle world. It gave me a perspective that most wizards don't have." Luna nodded. "I'm glad too. It's part of what makes you who you are." They ended the day at the river, watching the water flow past. The city was quiet, the sounds of the day fading into the soft hum of evening. "Thank you for today," Luna said. "It was perfect." Harry turned to her, his heart full. "Thank you for being here. For being you." Luna smiled. "I love you, Harry." "I love you too, Luna." They stood by the river, their hands intertwined, the city lights beginning to flicker to life around them. It had been a day without magic, a day of simple, ordinary joy. And it had been perfect. They walked back to Grimmauld Place as the stars began to emerge. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that everything was going to be okay. At the door, Luna paused. "Today was wonderful. I'll never forget it." Harry smiled. "Neither will I." Luna leaned forward and kissed him, soft and warm. "I'll see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Harry agreed. He watched her walk away, her bare feet silent on the pavement. Then he opened the door and stepped inside. The house was quiet, but it wasn't the silence of emptiness. It was the silence of peace. The silence of home. Harry walked to his bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. His wand was still in the drawer, untouched. He didn't need it. Not tonight. He pulled out his list and added a new entry. *21. A day without magic. A day with Luna. A day of ordinary joy, *. He read the list from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Each entry was a reminder of the small things, the moments of joy and hope that had carried him through the darkness. He had his little joys. He had Luna. And that was enough. More than enough. Chapter 15, The First Almost Kiss. The days after their magical free adventure had taken on a new quality, a deepening, an intensifying that Harry couldn't quite put into words. It was as if the ordinary day had cracked open something between them, some barrier that had been keeping them at arm's length, and now the space between them felt charged with possibility. Harry noticed it in the way Luna looked at him, her silver eyes lingering a moment longer than they used to. He noticed it in the way her fingers brushed against his when they walked, the touch feather-light but electric. He noticed it in the silences that stretched between them, no longer comfortable but electric, humming with unspoken words. Something was shifting. Something was changing. And Harry didn't know what to do about it. The day had been ordinary by their new standards, a morning in the garden, a walk through the city, an afternoon spent reading in the kitchen. But there was an undercurrent of tension that hadn't been there before, a charged awareness that made every interaction feel significant. They were sitting in the garden now, the sun beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Harry was watching Luna as she tended to the moon-petal vines, her fingers gentle on their blue leaves. The light caught her hair, turning it to spun gold, and Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. She was beautiful. She was always beautiful. But there was something about this moment, the soft light, the quiet peace, that made her seem almost ethereal. "Luna," he said, his voice rough. She looked up, her silver eyes meeting his. "Yes." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he moved toward her, closing the distance between them. His heart was pounding, his palms sweaty, but he couldn't stop himself. Luna rose to meet him, her face tilted up, her eyes soft and questioning. Harry reached out and touched her cheek, his fingers tracing the curve of her jaw. "Harry," she breathed. And then he was leaning in, his lips inches from hers. He could feel her breath on his face, warm and soft. He could see the flecks of silver in her eyes, the slight parting of her lips. He was going to kiss her. He was going to kiss her, and it was going to be He stopped. A voice in his head, sharp and insistent. A warning, a fear, a doubt that had been lurking beneath the surface for weeks. What if you damage her? What if you hurt her? What if you're too broken to love her the way she deserves? Harry pulled back, his heart racing. Luna's expression was confused, hurt, searching. Harry, she asked. What's wrong? Harry shook his head, unable to meet her eyes. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. He turned and walked away, his steps quick and desperate. He could hear Luna calling after him, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He had to get away. He had to think. The garden was quiet when Luna found him, an hour later. Harry was sitting on the stone bench, his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Harry, she said softly, sitting down beside him. Please talk to me. Harry didn't look up. I can't. I can't do this. Do what? Us, Harry said, his voice cracking. I can't do us. I'll ruin it. I'll ruin you. Luna reached out and took his hand. Why do you think that? Because I'm broken, Harry said. I'm broken, and everyone I love gets hurt. My parents. Sirius. Remus. Tonks. Everyone. They all died because of me. Luna squeezed his hand. They didn't die because of you. They died because of the war. Because of Voldemort. They died fighting for what they believed in. But they were fighting for me, Harry said, finally looking up. They died for me. And I can't let that happen to you. Luna's expression was calm, steady. You won't lose me, Harry. I'm not going anywhere. You don't know that, Harry said. You don't know what could happen. I could hurt you. I could. Stop, Luna said firmly. Just stop. Harry fell silent, his eyes fixed on her. Luna reached up and touched his face, her fingers gentle on his cheek. I'm not afraid of being hurt, Harry. I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of losing you. Of losing what we have. And I won't let fear take that away from us. Harry shook his head. You don't understand. I'm not good for you. I'm too broken. Too damaged. Luna smiled, soft and sad. We're all broken, Harry. The war broke all of us. But that doesn't mean we can't heal. That doesn't mean we can't be happy. She leaned forward, her forehead pressed against his. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But I'm more scared of losing you than I am of being hurt. Harry closed his eyes, feeling her warmth. Luna. I love you, she said. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere. No matter what. Harry felt something crack inside him, the walls he'd built, the defenses he'd erected to protect himself from pain. They were crumbling, piece by piece. Luna, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I'm so afraid. I know, she said. I'm afraid too. But we can be afraid together. She pulled back, her silver eyes meeting his. I'm not asking you to be perfect, Harry. I'm not asking you to be healed. I'm just asking you to let me in. To let me be there for you. Harry reached out and took her hands, his grip tight. What if I fail? What if I'm not good enough? Then we'll fail together. Luna said. And then we'll try again. And again. Until we get it right. Harry felt the tears start to fall, hot and fast. You're too good for me. I'm exactly right for you, Luna said. And you're exactly right for me. She leaned in and kissed his forehead, soft and gentle. Harry closed his eyes, letting the warmth wash over him. I'm sorry, he said. For running away. For being afraid. Don't apologize, Luna said. I understand. Harry pulled her into an embrace, his arms wrapped around her. I love you, he said. I love you so much it scares me. Luna returned the embrace, her face buried in his shoulder. I love you too, Harry. And I'm not scared. I'm ready. They sat in the garden, wrapped in each other's arms, the stars beginning to emerge overhead. Harry felt the weight of his fear begin to lift, replaced by something else, something warm and hopeful. He still had doubts. He still had fears. But with Luna beside him, he felt like he could face them. Later that night, Harry lay in bed, the memory of the almost kiss replaying in his mind. He thought about the fear that had stopped him, the voice that had told him he wasn't good enough. He thought about Luna's words. We can be afraid together. He thought about the future. About the life they were building, the small things and the big things and everything in between. He reached for his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 22. The first almost kiss, and realizing that fear doesn't have to stop us, asterisk. He read the list from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Each entry was a reminder of the small things, the moments of joy and hope that had carried him through the darkness. He had Luna. He had his little joys. He had hope. And that was enough. More than enough. Hashtag Chapter 16, Doubts and Distance. The morning after the almost kiss, Harry woke with a heavy weight in his chest. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the events of the previous evening replaying in his mind. The moment. He'd almost kissed Luna. The fear that had stopped him. The conversation that had followed, her words of reassurance, her promise that she wasn't going anywhere. But even as he remembered her warmth, her kindness, the doubt crept back in. He'd almost kissed her. He'd wanted to kiss her. But something had held him back, something deeper than just fear. A belief, ingrained over years of loss and grief, that he was dangerous to the people he loved. That he brought pain and death wherever he went. His parents had died for him. Sirius had died for him. Remus and Tonks had died for him. Fred had died fighting for him. What if Luna was next? The thought sent a chill through him. He couldn't lose her. He couldn't bear to lose anyone else. But the more he loved her, the more he risked. Maybe it was better to pull away. To protect her from himself. To keep her safe, even if it meant breaking his own heart. The thought was devastating, but it felt like the right thing to do. The only thing to do. Harry spent the next few days avoiding Luna. It wasn't deliberate, not exactly. He didn't plan to push her away. But every time he thought about seeing her, the fear rose up in his throat, choking him. He couldn't face her. He couldn't face the possibility of hurting her. So he made excuses. He sent owls saying he was busy, that he had things to do, that he'd see her soon. He didn't answer her letters, letting them pile up on the kitchen table, unread. He spent his days in the garden, working until his hands were raw and his back ached. He spent his nights staring at the ceiling, the weight of his guilt pressing down on him. He was hurting her. He knew he was hurting her. But he told himself it was for the best. That she'd be better off without him. That she'd move on, find someone who wasn't broken, someone who could love her the way she deserved. It was a lie, and he knew it. But it was easier than facing the truth. On the 5th day, Luna came to him. Harry was in the garden, pulling weeds with a ferocity that bordered on desperation, when he heard her voice. Harry. He froze, his hands still buried in the soil. He didn't turn around. He couldn't. Harry, please look at me. Slowly, reluctantly, he turned. Luna was standing at the garden gate, her silver eyes fixed on him. She was wearing a dress made of soft blue fabric, and her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders. She looked beautiful, and the sight of her made his heart ache. Luna, he said, his voice rough. I don't, she said, stepping through the gate. Don't apologize. Don't make excuses. Just talk to me. Harry stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands. There's nothing to talk about. Of course there is, Luna said, her voice steady. You've been avoiding me for days. You haven't answered my letters. You haven't come to see me. And now you're standing there, looking at me like I'm a stranger. Harry looked away, unable to meet her eyes. I'm sorry. I need some time. Some space. Time for what? Luna asked. Space for what? Harry took a deep breath. To think. To figure things out. Luna walked closer, her steps slow and deliberate. Figure what out? Harry finally looked at her, his eyes full of pain. Whether I'm good for you. Whether I'm worth the risk. Luna stopped in front of him, close enough to touch. Harry, I already told you. I'm not afraid of being hurt. I'm not afraid of you. You should be, Harry said, his voice cracking. Everyone I love gets hurt. Everyone I love dies. My parents. Sirius. Remus. Tonks. All of them. They all died because of me. Luna shook her head. They didn't die because of you. They died because of the war. Because of Voldemort. They made a choice to fight, just like you made a choice to fight. But I was the one they were fighting for, Harry said. I was the one who led them into danger. I was the one who couldn't save them. Luna reached out and took his hands, her grip firm. You can't save everyone, Harry. No one can. That's not how life works. Harry pulled his hands away, stepping back. I can't lose you, Luna. I can't go through that again. I can't. Then don't, Luna said. Don't lose me. Don't push me away. Harry shook his head, his eyes bright with unshed tears. It's not that simple. It is that simple, Luna said. You're afraid. I understand that. But you can't let fear control you. You can't let fear destroy what we have. Harry turned away, his shoulders shaking. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to be happy. I've spent so long fighting, so long surviving, that I don't know how to live. Luna walked around to face him. Then let me teach you. Let me show you. One day at a time. One small thing at a time. Harry looked at her, at the earnest expression on her face, at the love shining in her silver eyes. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that he could be happy, that he could have a future with her. But the fear was still there, gnawing at him, whispering that he didn't deserve this. That he'd only ruin it. I need more time, he said finally. I need to think. Luna's expression flickered, a flash of hurt, quickly hidden. How much time? I don't know, Harry said. I need to figure things out. On my own. Luna was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded, her jaw set. Okay, she said. Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready. She turned and walked away, her bare feet silent on the stone path. Harry watched her go, his heart breaking. He was hurting her. He knew he was hurting her. But he told himself it was for the best. The days that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. He stayed in Grimmauld Place, barely eating, barely sleeping. He worked in the garden until his hands bled. He stared at the walls until his eyes burned. He thought about Luna constantly, her smile, her laugh, the way she looked at him like he was worth something. He missed her. He missed her so much it was a physical ache, a hollow emptiness that echoed through his chest. But he didn't reach out. He didn't write. He didn't visit. He told himself he was protecting her. That she was better off without him. But deep down, he knew the truth. He was protecting himself. He was afraid of losing her, so he was pushing her away before she could leave him. It was a coward's choice. And Harry knew it. On the 10th day, Harry found himself standing in the Garden of Forgotten Things. He'd walked there without thinking, his feet carrying him through the familiar streets. The garden was just as he remembered it, quiet, peaceful, filled with objects that had been loved and lost and found again. He walked to the fountain that Luna had made for him, the one with the painted stones. The words were still there, faded but legible. Asterisk hope. Love. Remember. Grow, asterisk. Harry knelt beside the fountain, his fingers tracing the words. He felt the tears begin to fall, hot and fast. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry." He thought about Luna. About the way she'd looked at him, the way she'd loved him, the way she'd refused to give up on him. He thought about the fear that had driven him away, the voice that had told him he wasn't good enough. He thought about the small things. The lists. The garden. The tea in the morning and the walks through the city. He thought about the life he wanted to build with her. The life he was throwing away because he was afraid. Harry stood up, wiping his eyes. He looked around the garden, at the forgotten things that had been given new life. He didn't want to be a forgotten thing. He didn't want to be lost and alone, discarded by his own fear. He wanted to be loved. He wanted to love. He wanted to live. And he knew, with a certainty that cut through the fear like a blade, that he couldn't do that without Luna. Harry apparat to Luna's house that evening. It was a small, crooked cottage, tucked away in a quiet corner of the countryside. The garden was wild and overgrown, but beautiful, a riot of color and life. Harry stood at the gate, his heart pounding, and took a deep breath. He was going to fight for her. He was going to tell her he was sorry. He was going to tell her he loved her, and that he was ready to let himself be loved in return. He walked up the path and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Luna stood there, her silver eyes wide with surprise. She was wearing a simple dress, and her hair was loose, falling past her shoulders. "Harry," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "What are you doing here?" Harry looked at her, at the woman he loved, and felt the fear drain away. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I was afraid, and I pushed you away, and I was wrong." Luna's expression softened. "Harry. Let me finish," Harry said. "I've spent my whole life being afraid. Afraid of losing people. Afraid of being hurt. Afraid of being happy. But I don't want to be afraid anymore. I don't want to let fear control me." He stepped closer, his eyes fixed on hers. "I love you, Luna. I love you more than anything. And I want to be with you. I want to build a life with you. I want to be happy. With you." Luna's eyes were bright with tears. "Harry. I know I have a lot to work on," Harry said. "I know I'm still healing. But I don't want to heal alone. I want to heal with you." Luna stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Harry buried his face in her hair, breathing in her familiar scent. "I love you," he whispered. "I'm sorry for pushing you away." "Don't apologize," Luna said. "I understand. I've been afraid too. But I'm not afraid anymore. Not with you." Harry pulled back and looked at her. "I'm not going to run again. I promise." Luna smiled, radiant and bright. "I'm going to hold you to that." Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. It was a kiss of promise, of commitment, of a future that was finally beginning to feel possible. They spent the evening together, sitting in Luna's garden, talking about everything and nothing. Harry felt the weight of the past few weeks begin to lift, replaced by something warm and hopeful. He'd been wrong to push her away. He'd been wrong to let his fear control him. But he was here now, and he was ready to fight for what he wanted. He wanted Luna. He wanted a future with her. He wanted the small things and the big things and everything in between. And he was going to make it happen. Later that night, Harry sat in the kitchen of Luna's cottage, a cup of tea in his hands. Luna was beside him, her head on his shoulder. "I'm going to make you a promise," Harry said. "I'm going to be better. I'm going to let myself be happy. I'm going to let myself love you." Luna looked up at him, her silver eyes soft. "That's all I've ever wanted." Harry kissed her forehead, his heart full. "I know. And I'm sorry it took me so long to realize it." Luna smiled. "You're here now. That's all that matters." Harry pulled out his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 23. The moment I realized that fear doesn't have to win, asterisk. Asterisk 24. Luna's forgiveness, and the promise of a new beginning, asterisk. He read the list from the beginning, his eyes tracing the words. Each entry was a reminder of the small things, the moments of joy and hope that had carried him through the darkness. He had Luna. He had his little joys. He had hope. And that was enough. More than enough. Hashtag Chapter 17, Luna's Honesty. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Luna's cottage, casting warm golden light across the kitchen table where they sat. Harry had spent the night on the small sofa, unwilling to leave, unwilling to let the distance between them grow again. He'd slept better than he had in weeks, deep, dreamless sleep that had left him feeling almost human. Luna was across from him, a cup of tea in her hands, her silver eyes soft and thoughtful. She'd been quiet since they'd woken, her gaze distant, as if she were turning something over in her mind. Harry reached across the table and took her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Luna looked at him, her expression unreadable. "I've been thinking about us. About what we are. What we're becoming." Harry felt a flutter of nervousness in his chest. "Is that a good thing?" Luna was silent for a long moment. Then she set down her tea and took both of his hands in hers. "Harry, I need to tell you something. Something important." Harry's heart rate quickened. "What is it?" Luna met his eyes, her gaze steady and sure. "I love you. I love you more than I've ever loved anyone. But I need to know that you're really here. That you're really in this." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Luna held up a hand. "Let me finish," she said. "I've watched you push people away. I've watched you run from your own happiness. I understand why, you've been through so much, and you're still healing. But I can't keep loving you from a distance. I can't keep being the person you run to when you're scared, and then the person you run away from when you're scared." Harry's throat tightened. "Luna. I'm not asking for perfection," Luna continued. "I'm asking for honesty. I'm asking for you to be here, really here, with me. Not just when it's easy. Not just when you're not afraid. I'm asking for all of you, the broken parts and the healing parts and everything in between." She squeezed his hands. "I'm not going anywhere, Harry. But I need to know that you're not going anywhere either. That you're ready to stay. Ready to fight for us." Harry felt the tears prick at his eyes. "I am ready. I want to stay. I want to fight for us." Luna's expression softened. "Then prove it. Show me that you're here. That you're not going to run again." Harry reached up and touched her face, his fingers tracing the curve of her jaw. "I'm not going to run. I promise. I'm here. I'm staying." Luna leaned into his touch. Her eyes closing. "I want to believe you." "Then believe me," Harry said. "I know I've given you reasons to doubt. I know I've pushed you away. But I'm done with that. I'm done letting fear control me." He paused, gathering his thoughts. When I was a kid, I used to dream about having a family. A real family. People who loved me, who I could love back. And then I found that, with the Weasleys, with Hermione, with Sirius. But I lost them. All of them. And I convinced myself that loving someone meant losing them. Luna opened her eyes, her gaze steady. That's not true. I know that now, Harry said. Or at least, I'm starting to. Because when I think about losing you, it terrifies me. But when I think about not having you in my life at all, that's even worse. That's a kind of death too. Luna smiled, soft and warm. I know exactly what you mean. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and gentle. I love you, Luna. I'm not going anywhere. The day stretched out before them, warm and golden. They spent it in the garden, tending to the plants and talking about everything and nothing. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that the uncertainty of the past weeks was finally behind them. They were sitting on the stone bench near the fountain when Luna turned to him, her expression serious. Harry, there's something else I need to tell you. Harry felt his heart rate spike. What is it? Luna took a deep breath. I've been thinking about the future. About what comes next. And I've realized that I don't just want to be your girlfriend. I want to be your partner. Your equal. I want to build a life with you. Harry blinked. That's what I want too. Luna smiled. I know. But I need you to understand what that means. It means that when you're scared, you talk to me. When you're sad, you lean on me. When you're happy, you share it with me. It means we're in this together. All of it. Harry nodded slowly. I can do that. Can you? Luna asked. Because it's not going to be easy. There will be hard days. Days when the grief is overwhelming, when the guilt is too much. I need to know that you'll let me be there for you on those days. That you won't shut me out. Harry reached out and took her hand. I promise. I'll let you in. All the way. Luna's smile was radiant. Then we have a deal. She leaned in and kissed him, and Harry felt a sense of rightness settle over him. This was where he was supposed to be. This was who he was supposed to be with. That evening, they sat on the roof of Luna's cottage, watching the stars emerge. The sky was clear, the moon full and bright, casting silver light over the garden below. I used to come up here when I was sad, Luna said. I'd look at the stars and think about my mother. I'd wonder if she was up there somewhere, watching over me. Harry wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. I think she is. I think they all are. Luna leaned into him, her head on his shoulder. I'd like to think that. It makes the world feel less empty. Harry was quiet for a moment, his mind drifting. Luna, can I ask you something? Of course. What made you keep coming back? After I pushed you away. What made you keep trying? Luna was silent for a long moment. Because I saw you, Harry. Really saw you. And what I saw was someone worth fighting for. Harry felt his throat tighten. I don't deserve you. Of course you do, Luna said. Everyone deserves to be loved. Everyone deserves to be happy. You just have to let yourself believe it. Harry pulled her closer, burying his face in her hair. I'm starting to. That's all I ask, Luna said. That you try. Later that night, Harry sat on the sofa in Luna's cottage, a cup of tea in his hands. Luna was beside him, her head on his shoulder, her breathing slow and even. He thought about the conversation they'd had. About Luna's honesty, her willingness to speak the truth even when it was hard. He thought about her strength, her courage, her unwavering belief in him. He pulled out his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 25. Luna's honesty. The way she speaks the truth, even when it's hard, asterisk. Asterisk 26. The promise of a future together. A real future, asterisk. Asterisk 27. Knowing that I'm worthy of love. That we all are, asterisk. Harry set the list down and looked at Luna. She was asleep now, her face peaceful, her silver hair spread across his lap. He reached down and brushed a strand away from her face. He was going to be better. He was going to let himself be happy. He was going to fight for the life he wanted. With Luna beside him, anything was possible. Hashtag Chapter 18, Choosing Happiness. The weeks that followed Luna's confession were different. Not in any dramatic way, there were no grand gestures, no sweeping declarations. But something had shifted between them, something fundamental and lasting. Harry found himself waking each morning with a sense of purpose. He'd make tea, sit in the garden, and think about the day ahead. Not with dread, not with the familiar weight of guilt and grief, but with something that felt almost like anticipation. He was choosing happiness. Not because it was easy, not because the pain had disappeared, but because he'd realized that the alternative, letting fear and doubt consume him, was no way to live. He'd spent too long being afraid. Too long pushing people away. Too long convincing himself he didn't deserve to be happy. But Luna had shown him otherwise. Her honesty, her unwavering love, her refusal to give up on him, it had cracked something open inside him. And now, for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he could breathe. The decision came to him on a Tuesday morning. He was in the garden, tending to the moon-petal vines, when the thought struck him with the force of revelation. He'd been thinking about the future, about what he wanted, what he needed, what would make him truly happy. And the answer was simple. He wanted to build a life with Luna. A real life, full of small things and quiet moments and the kind of ordinary joy he'd never allowed himself to imagine. He wanted to wake up next to her every morning. He wanted to grow old with her. He wanted to share everything, the good days and the bad, the laughter and the tears, the triumphs and the failures. He wanted to choose happiness. With her. Harry stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands, and walked back into the house. His heart was pounding, his palms sweaty, but he felt a sense of clarity he hadn't experienced in months. He knew what he had to do. Luna was in her garden when Harry arrived, her hands buried in the soil, her face peaceful in the afternoon sun. She looked up as he approached, a smile spreading across her face. "Harry. I wasn't expecting you." Harry walked toward her, his heart pounding. "I needed to see you. I needed to tell you something." Luna stood up, brushing the dirt from her dress. "What is it?" Harry took a deep breath. "I've been thinking a lot about the future. About what I want. What I need. And I've realized that I don't want to just be your boyfriend. I don't want to just be the person you're dating. I want to be your partner. Your equal. I want to build a life with you." Luna's eyes widened. "Harry. I know I've been afraid," Harry continued. "I know I've pushed you away. But I'm done with that. I'm done being afraid. I'm choosing happiness, Luna. I'm choosing you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box, a simple wooden box he'd found in an old shop, its surface smooth and warm. He'd been carrying it for days, waiting for the right moment. "I don't have a ring," he said, his voice rough. "I don't have anything grand to give you. But I have this. And I have my heart. And I want to give them both to you." He opened the box. Inside was a simple silver chain, with a small pendant in the shape of a moon. It was delicate and beautiful, catching the light and scattering it like tiny stars. "Luna," Harry said, his voice trembling. "I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I want to build a home with you. I want to grow old with you. I want to share everything, the good days and the bad, the laughter and the tears. I want to choose happiness. With you." Luna's eyes were bright with tears. Harry. Will you marry me? Harry asked. Will you let me spend the rest of my life showing you how much I love you? Luna was silent for a long moment. Then she laughed, a bright, joyful sound that filled the garden. Yes, she said. Yes, Harry. I'll marry you. She threw her arms around him, and Harry held her tight, his heart full to bursting. I love you, he whispered. I love you so much. I love you too, Luna said. And I'm not going anywhere. They spent the rest of the day together, talking about the future. About where they would live, what they would do, how they would build their life together. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that everything was finally falling into place. I want to sell Grimmauld Place, Harry said. I want to find a place that's ours. A place where we can build a home together. Luna nodded, her silver eyes bright. I'd like that. Somewhere with a garden. Somewhere we can grow things. Somewhere with a garden, Harry agreed. And a big kitchen. And a room for your father to visit. Luna laughed. He'll love that. They talked late into the night, the stars wheeling overhead. Harry felt a sense of hope he hadn't felt in years, a certainty that the future was bright, that the darkness was finally behind him. He'd chosen happiness. He'd chosen Luna. And he knew, with every fiber of his being, that it was the right choice. The next morning, Harry woke in Luna's cottage, the sun streaming through the window. He turned his head and found her beside him, her silver hair spread across the pillow, her face peaceful in sleep. He watched her for a long moment, his heart full. This was his future. This was his happiness. He reached for his list and added a new entry. Asterisk 28. The day I chose happiness. The day I chose Luna, asterisk. Asterisk 29. The promise of a future together. A real future, asterisk. He set the list down and lay back, his eyes on the ceiling. The future was uncertain, but it was bright. Full of possibilities. And Harry was ready to embrace them all. Luna woke a short while later, her silver eyes blinking open. She smiled when she saw him, a soft, sleepy smile that made his heart ache. Good morning, she said. Good morning, Harry said. I love you. Luna's smile widened. I love you too. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. Today's the first day of the rest of our lives. Luna laughed, a bright, joyful sound. That's very dramatic. I'm a dramatic person, Harry said. You should know that by now. Luna wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. I know. And I love you for it. They lay in bed, the sun warming their faces, the future stretching out before them. Harry felt a sense of peace settle over him, a feeling that everything was going to be okay. He'd chosen happiness. He'd chosen Luna. And he knew, with every fiber of his being, that it was the right choice. Hashtag Chapter 19, The Little Wedding of Ordinary Days. The morning of the wedding dawned soft and golden, the kind of morning that felt like a promise. Harry stood at the window of the small cottage they'd found together, a cozy, crooked house nestled in the countryside, with a garden that sprawled in every direction and a kitchen that smelled of fresh bread and honey. He watched the sun rise over the rolling hills, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. His heart was full, his chest tight with a happiness he'd never thought he'd feel. Today was the day. Today, he was marrying Luna Lovegood. The thought still seemed impossible. After everything, the war, the grief, the long, dark months of healing, he'd found his way to this moment. To her. To a future that was bright and full of possibility. There was a soft knock at the door, and Harry turned to see Luna's father, Xenophilius, standing in the doorway. His silver hair was wild, his robes eccentric as always, but his eyes were bright with joy. Harry, he said, his voice warm. It's almost time. Are you ready? Harry smiled. I've never been more ready for anything in my life. The wedding was small, just as they'd wanted. A handful of friends gathered in the garden of their new home, the flowers in full bloom around them. Ron stood beside Harry as his best man, his eyes suspiciously bright. Hermione was the maid of honor, her curls wild and her smile radiant. The Weasleys were there, of course, Molly dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, Arthur beaming with pride, George holding Angelina's hand. Neville had come, along with Hannah, and Dean and Seamus had made the journey from their flat in London. Even Kreacher had shown up, his grumpy expression softened by something that might have been affection. And then Luna appeared. She walked down the aisle, her bare feet silent on the grass, her silver hair woven with flowers. She was wearing a simple white dress that seemed to glow in the sunlight, and around her neck hung the silver moon pendant Harry had given her. Her eyes found his across the garden, and she smiled, a radiant, joyful smile that made his heart soar. Harry felt the tears prick at his eyes. She was beautiful. She was everything. And she was his. The ceremony was simple, the words spoken with quiet sincerity. Harry and Luna exchanged vows they'd written themselves, promises of small things, of ordinary days, of a life built on love and trust and hope. I promise to make you tea every morning, Luna said, her silver eyes bright. I promise to show you the beauty in the small things. I promise to hold your hand when you're afraid, and to laugh with you when you're happy. I promise to love you, Harry, for all the days of my life. Harry's voice was rough with emotion as he spoke his own vows. I promise to let you in, he said. To share my fears and my hopes and everything in between. I promise to choose happiness, every day, with you. I promise to build a life with you, a life full of gardens and walks and quiet moments. I promise to love you, Luna, for all the days of my life. They exchanged rings, simple bands of silver that caught the light like falling stars. And when the officiant pronounced them married, Harry leaned in and kissed his wife. The garden erupted in cheers. Ron let out a whoop, Hermione burst into tears, and Molly Weasley was sobbing openly. Harry pulled back, his forehead pressed to Luna's, and smiled. I love you, he whispered. I love you too, Luna said. Forever. The reception was held in the garden, the tables laden with food and flowers. Harry and Luna moved among their guests, accepting congratulations and well wishes. Ron pulled Harry aside, his expression serious. Mate, I just want to say, I'm proud of you. You've come so far. And Luna, she's perfect for you. I'm glad you found each other. Harry felt a warmth spread through him. Thanks, Ron. That means a lot. Hermione embraced him, her eyes still wet. You deserve this, Harry. You deserve all the happiness in the world. I know, Harry said. I finally believe that. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. That's the best thing I've ever heard you say. George appeared, holding a glass of champagne. I've got a toast, he said. To Harry and Luna, may your life be full of small joys and big laughs. And may you always find the beauty in the ordinary. To Harry and Luna, the crowd echoed. Harry raised his glass, his heart full. Thank you all, he said. Thank you for being here. For being part of our lives. For never giving up on me. He looked at Luna, his wife, his partner, his everything. And thank you, Luna. For showing me that happiness is possible. For teaching me to see the small things. For loving me. Even when I didn't love myself. Luna's eyes glistened. You're welcome, Harry. And thank you for letting me love you. They kissed, and the crowd cheered again. The evening faded into night, the stars emerging overhead. Harry and Luna sat on the roof of their cottage, watching the sky, their hands intertwined. Today was perfect, Luna said. Everything I ever wanted. Harry squeezed her hand. Me too. I never thought I'd have this. A family. A home. Someone to love. Luna turned to him, her silver eyes soft. You deserve it, Harry. You deserve all of it. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. I love you, Luna. I love you too, Harry. Forever. They sat on the roof, the stars wheeling overhead, the future stretching out before them. It was the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter filled with small things, and ordinary days, and the kind of love that made everything worthwhile. And Harry couldn't wait to live it. Chapter 20, Epilogue, A House Full of Small Joys. 5 years had passed since the war ended, and Harry Potter had finally learned what it meant to be at peace. He stood at the kitchen window of the cottage he shared with Luna, a cup of tea warming his hands, and watched the sun rise over the garden. The moonpetal vines had grown wild over the years, their blue leaves catching the morning light and scattering it like tiny stars. The silverleaf ferns had multiplied, their shimmering foliage creating a soft, ethereal glow. And in the center of it all, the fountain he and Luna had built together burbled softly, its water catching the light like liquid gold. The garden was alive with color and sound, birds singing in the trees, butterflies fluttering between the blooms, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was the kind of peace Harry had never thought he'd find. The kind of peace that came not from the absence of pain, but from the presence of love. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. This was his life now. This was his happiness. Luna appeared in the doorway, her silver hair loose and tangled, her bare feet silent on the worn floorboards. She was wearing one of her patchwork dresses, the colors bright and cheerful, and there was a smudge of dirt on her cheek. She was carrying a basket of fresh herbs from the garden, their scent filling the kitchen with a fragrant, earthy aroma. Good morning, Harry, she said, her voice soft and dreamy. I've brought you something. Harry turned to her, his heart swelling with love. What is it? Luna set the basket on the counter and walked over to him, her arms wrapping around his waist. She pressed a kiss to his cheek, soft and warm. Just me, she said. And the promise of a new day. Harry laughed, pulling her closer. That's the best gift I could ask for. They stood in the kitchen, wrapped in each other's arms, the sunlight streaming through the window. Harry thought about all the years he'd spent chasing happiness, fighting for it, yearning for it, never quite believing he deserved it. And now, here it was. Simple and ordinary and perfect. I love you, he said. I love you more than anything. Luna smiled, her silver eyes bright. I love you too, Harry. More than anything. The cottage was filled with small joys, the little things that made their life together rich and meaningful. Harry had learned to appreciate them over the years, to find beauty in the ordinary moments that others might overlook. In the mornings, he and Luna would sit in the garden, watching the sun rise over the hills. They'd drink tea and talk about their plans for the day, or sit in comfortable silence, the peace of the moment wrapping around them like a warm blanket. In the afternoons, they'd work in the garden together, planting new flowers, tending to the moonpetal vines, harvesting vegetables from the small patch they'd cultivated behind the cottage. Harry's hands, once calloused from gripping a wand in battle, were now calloused from gripping a trowel, and he couldn't have been happier. In the evenings, they'd sit on the roof, watching the stars emerge. They'd talk about their day, or read aloud from one of Luna's books, or simply lie in silence, their hands intertwined. And sometimes, when the grief crept in, as it still did, on the quiet days, Luna would hold him, and he would hold her, and they'd remind each other that the pain was part of them, but it didn't have to define them. You're thinking about them, Luna said one evening, her voice soft. They were sitting on the roof, the stars wheeling overhead, and Harry had gone quiet. He nodded, his throat tight. My parents. Sirius. Remus and Tonks. Fred. All of them. Luna reached out and took his hand. They're still with you, Harry. In your heart. In your memories. I know, Harry said. Sometimes it just feels like I should have done more. Saved more. Luna squeezed his hand. You did everything you could. You saved all of us. And now you're living the life they would have wanted for you. Harry looked at her, at the love shining in her silver eyes, and felt the grief begin to ease. You're right. They would have wanted me to be happy. Yes, Luna said. They would have wanted you to live. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. Thank you. For always reminding me. Luna smiled. That's what I'm here for. The cottage had become a home over the years, a home filled with love and laughter and the kind of ordinary joy that made life worth living. It wasn't grand or impressive, but it was theirs. Every corner held a memory, the kitchen table where they'd planned their future, the garden where they'd grown together, the roof where they'd watched the stars. And now, it held something new. Harry walked into the living room and stopped in his tracks. There, in the corner, was a cradle, a simple, wooden cradle that Luna had found in an old shop. Inside it, wrapped in a soft blanket, was a baby. His baby. Harry approached the cradle slowly, his heart pounding. The baby was sleeping, its tiny face peaceful, its small fists clenched in sleep. He reached down and touched the baby's cheek, feeling the soft warmth of its skin. Hello, little one, he whispered. I'm your father. The baby stirred, its eyes fluttering open. They were silver, Luna's eyes, and they looked up at him with a wisdom that seemed beyond its years. Harry felt the tears begin to fall. You're beautiful, he whispered. You're so beautiful. Luna appeared beside him, her arm around his waist. What do you think? She asked. What should we name her? Harry looked at his daughter, at the perfect, precious life they'd created together. He thought about all the people he'd loved and lost, all the sacrifices that had been made so that he could have this moment. Lily, he said. After my mother. Luna nodded, her eyes bright with tears. And something from my side too. Something that means hope. Harry thought for a moment. Lily Hope Potter. Luna smiled, radiant and bright. It's perfect. Harry leaned in and kissed his wife, his heart full to bursting. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you for everything. Luna pulled back, her eyes shining. Thank you for letting me love you. The years passed, as years do. Lily grew from a baby into a toddler, her silver eyes bright with curiosity, her laughter filling the cottage with joy. Harry and Luna watched her grow, marveling at the person she was becoming, kind, curious, full of wonder. They added to their list of little joys, filling it with new entries as Lily grew. Asterisk 30. The sound of Lily's laughter, asterisk. Asterisk 31. The way she looks at the world with wonder, asterisk. Asterisk 32. Watching her take her first steps, asterisk. Asterisk 33. The feeling of her small hand in mine, asterisk. Asterisk 34. Knowing that I'm giving her the childhood I never had, asterisk. Harry read the list one evening, his eyes tracing the words. It had grown so much over the years, a testament to the life he'd built, the life he'd never thought he'd have. Luna appeared beside him, her silver hair streaked with gray now, her eyes still bright with love. What are you thinking about? Harry looked at her, at the woman who had saved him in more ways than one. I'm thinking about how lucky I am. How grateful I am for all of this. Luna smiled, leaning into him. We built it together. That's what makes it beautiful. Harry wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. I love you, Luna. I always have. I always will. Luna looked up at him, her silver eyes soft. I love you too, Harry. Forever. The cottage was quiet that night, the only sound the soft breathing of their daughter in the next room. Harry and Luna sat on the roof, watching the stars, their hands intertwined. The war feels so far away now, Harry said. It's like it happened to someone else. Luna nodded. It's part of us. But it doesn't define us. Not anymore. Harry thought about the journey he'd taken, from the boy who'd lived in a cupboard, to the hero who'd defeated Voldemort, to the man he was now. A husband. A father. A man who had finally learned to be happy. I never thought I'd have this, he said. A home. A family. A life worth living. Luna squeezed his hand. You deserve it, Harry. You deserve all of it. Harry turned to her, his heart full. I love you, Luna. I love the life we've built together. I love the small things and the big things and everything in between. Luna smiled, her silver eyes bright. I love you too, Harry. And I can't wait to spend the rest of my life loving you. They sat on the roof, the stars wheeling overhead, the future stretching out before them. It wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. But it was theirs, and it was beautiful. Harry looked down at the garden below, the moon-petal vines, the silver-leaf ferns, the fountain that burbled softly. He thought about all the small things that made up his life. The tea in the morning, the walks through the garden, the laughter of his daughter. The love of his wife. He thought about the list he'd made, all those years ago. The list of small things that made him smile. He'd added so many entries over the years. He'd learned to see the beauty in the ordinary moments, to find joy in the simple things. He looked at Luna, at the woman who had taught him to see the world differently. He thought about how far he'd come, how much he'd grown. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly at peace. Luna, he said, his voice soft. Thank you. For everything. Luna turned to him, her silver eyes soft. Thank you for letting me love you, Harry. For trusting me. For choosing happiness. Harry leaned in and kissed her, soft and warm. I'll choose happiness every day. For the rest of my life. Luna smiled. That's all I've ever wanted. They sat on the roof, the stars wheeling overhead, the future stretching out before them. And Harry knew, with every fiber of his being, that he had finally found his place in the world. The end. Thank you.